New video to watch. Nidos are the next Labubu. What are Nidos? I saw that there's like Nido hysteria going on right now, but I didn't know if it was like some kind of psyop or something because I've never heard of this. What are they? Like I saw people were like rushing into stores fighting each other to get some Nidos. I bought every viral rare Nido and cut them open. Are they just shapes? You're just buying shapes? Girl burned after Nido toy explodes in microwave. Nido craze is getting out of control. Oh, this is what I saw.
Ow! I just want one, ma'am. I just want one. Just give me one.
Needle restock today.
Only those with a number will be sold the needle.
Line is all the way to the back, all the way at the door.
Are you selling them? Are you kidding me? We only have...
Holy Lord, this is all for Nidos? Wow, I guess they really are the new Labubu, huh?
2 cases of Nido.
Nido hunting chaos at Cracker Barrel.
Waiting here at 9 in the morning.
Cracker Barrel has Nidos?
Really so sorry to whatever kid decides that they want to get squishies today because girl, I'm grabbing literally like all of them.
Why?
So
Are they collectible? Like what makes them, what makes you want to grab all of them? Let me see. Aren't you just buying like the same thing over and over? I guess maybe she could be like reselling potentially, but yeah, I'm looking at it, it's just shapes. Nido is made by the Shilling? There's no way that's how you say it. Shilling? That's the name of the company that makes Nidos. That's the only way to sell it. Shilling. That's crazy. Unless I'm on the crack pipe, here, look. How else would you say this? I guess maybe Shiling? Shiling, potentially? Yeah, I guess it could be Shiling. That's pretty on the nose, though. Straight up calling the company Shilling. They're sort of like flubber fidget toys, squeezable and stretchy, and are coming in a variety of shapes. Flagship products, the Nice Cube. Huh. I don't really, but they don't really seem like a collectible thing. I don't really get it.
oh, we're fighting in stores again. Not over food, not over necessities, over squishy toys. Yeah.
Bro, for real, sleeping on shapes. Me and the boys going to Shape Store later this week, hoping to pull a hexagon. You're so right. It's like an actual thing, though, now, it seems. Because that's what Nido's are. It actually is like you go to the Shape Store. Holy fuck, they got the dodecahedron! Damn, ultra rare pull!
Yes, grown adults, parents, kids, all losing their minds over glorified stress balls. I've spent the last few days going down a rabbit hole of TikTok videos, and when I tell you it is absolute chaos, I mean it. I'm talking people clearing entire shelves, kids
Where did this
because they
come
can't
from?
get one, and full-on arguments in the middle of stores.
I had never heard about Nidos until I saw people, like, climbing over themselves World War Z style to get their hands on Nidos. This can't be real. No, this has to be some kind of, like mass psychosis event or something. You know what this actually is like? It's literally that AI video of the shapes, where they, like, go into, like, the fucking shape dimension. I got rhombus on my feet type shit. They've been all over YouTube Shorts for like a year. What? What? Don't you remember these from that toy convention video you did? Were they there? I didn't even register them. And that just goes to show you, like, during that, not a single person in chat was like, holy fuck, they got Nidos! This can't be real. That was only like a month ago. There's no way.
full-on arguments in the middle of stores over Neatos.
Squish my Neatos with me. Super Cool Cat. Super Fuzzball.
I remember these from the early 2000s. This is that kind of shit you'd get at an arcade when you didn't get enough tickets and didn't get the cool stuff and you had to settle for one of these. How are these, like, the sought-after toy now? Bro taking the Tootsie Roll over that every time. That's fair.
Nice Cube.
Oh, that's the flagship product right there.
So what I'm gonna do is show you some of the most insane clips I found,
Oh my
and then we're gonna
God.
talk about what is actually going on here, because it's deeper than just a toy trend.
Is it? This is an entire account dedicated to Neatos, I'm guessing. Neato plug? What? Hold on, I gotta look that up myself. Anyone recognize that riff right there? I'm not looking at chat right now, but I hope chat just went crazy when they heard that riff. If not, I'm real disappointed. Wow. This is a pretty big TikTok account, Neato plug. Oh, not really. Never mind. Just that one video is. They go around hunting Neatos. I accidentally just liked one, yikes. Tragic. They just posted 47 minutes ago on the prowl for more Neatos. Looks like they got a huge haul. Here's a giant box filled with the same Neato over and over and over again. They have to be a reseller. They have to be. If you catch my ass standing outside in a line outside a Cracker Barrel, I might be cooked. It's pretty fair. It's pretty fair. Oh, they only got 2 fucking boxes of Neatos? How are we supposed to survive? We're gonna starve!
Like, you can't be serious. And did you catch the sign on the
Due to high demand, we'll be limiting the purchase quantity to 4 units. For Neato and Squeezy. This is... We live in Poppy Playtime Society. Wow. Wow. Squeezy with 3 E's. And it's adults buying these, by the way. This is shit for adults, it seems. I wonder if Neato scalpers have already started fist fighting each other. That's a good question. I'm more so curious on this secondary market. I'm assuming it's for reselling. Why they're having giant hauls of like 1,000 Neatos here, and it's all the same one. Let me just see what like Neato eBay prices look like. New listing: Neato Nice Cube Super Solid Squish Purple. This is from a brand new account with 0 sales and 0 reviews. Might be someone we just watched in the video getting their hands on it. Just checked, they're all sold out on Amazon. Prices seem inflated on eBay. I see a new listing here from a pretty successful seller. The 12X Neato Gumdrop Assorted Colors Case of 12 with the display case viral for 280 clams. It only has 1 watcher. That has to be fake. There's no way someone's doing that. What's the MSRP on a Neato? Because on eBay it looks like it's between 14 to 25 bucks per shape. Buying it is an investment, though. Yeah, I'm a big Nito investor, actually. I guess that's less embarrassing than being an NFT guy, though, to be fair. It seems so manufactured. No one would be excited for dog chew toys. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can understand, like, these being a popular fidget toy or something. That I get. But to be so popular and I guess so in demand that they fight each other at these, like, releases to get them. Adults, by the way. That makes no sense. Like, filling an entire shopping cart with Nitos, like the same ones over and over? I don't think so. I don't know, man. I don't really get it. It must have like a crazy secondary market that I'm just not seeing. Not even blind box, so it can't be gambling or rares. Exactly, like it doesn't even seem like it has that element of gotcha to it or anything. So it's not computing with me. This feels really planted. Nah, bro, just check the Nito subreddit. They got their asses lined up outside of Staples. Let's take a peek. There are some big Nito enthusiasts here, that's for sure. Man, I guess hats off to places like Staples and Cracker Barrel and whatever else is housing Nitos. They got people coming in the door like wild now, I guess. Smart strategy. That's probably where it all stemmed from. They're like, fuck, man, we accidentally bought 2 billion pallets worth of these goddamn stress balls. How are we ever going to offload this shit? Let's try and make it viral on TikTok. Bought a few of these 2 years ago for $5. And they all broke with ease. Not worth. Fuck is going on right now. I think the people buying them probably aren't buying them to, like, use them or enjoy them. It's probably, like, at this point, a Labubu status type thing. That'd be my guess.
I feel like that video was a skit. Either way, it's still an accurate 1 or 2 Nitos.
Wait, which one was a skit? Oh, this one. That was the one at the beginning.
You take a number when you arrive.
These viral squishies, and we're gonna see if we can score them at Cracker Barrel. And it's so packed.
Oh my god.
Everyone here is here for a Nito, number 110. And I heard that there's people that have been waiting here since 9 in the morning.
And they're about to bring out the first cart of Nitos.
Yeah!
Some squishies are in there.
Woo!
And that's what it's looking like.
Why is no one going crazy?
All the moms are here, moms and dads. Some kids even missed school for this.
We should have about 100
Bullshit.
items.
I don't believe that.
Just so you know, and just so everybody's on the same page, it is 1 per number.
Nito heaven.
There they go. Nito heaven.
Whoa!
There goes another cart. It's full of Nitos.
I've never been so excited!
Yourself. 4 p.m. update.
Update.
Finally, my turf.
Sorry, we're out of Nitos.
I'm gonna try these.
What the fuck is that? Is that a squeezy?
So you guys don't have any more Nitos?
Confirms there is nitrogen monoxide needed left.
This is what I got.
Oh, no. Came for a Nito, left with rubber banana. Not even a squeezy. Tough, man. Now everyone's gonna make fun of you. Came for the Nito drop and now you look like a fool. No Nito. Ew, is that even a shape? I know, man. It's kind of gross. Not even a squishy shape. Ugh. Ugh. Took a number 110 in line, and this is what you walk away with? What a waste of a day.
Okay. Gracias, igualmente. Okay, guys, I guess we didn't get a Nito, but we scored a banana. Not what we came for, but at least we got something.
This one
What kind of mentality is that? What do you mean? Didn't get what we came for, so I got something instead just to get something. Why? They were out Why not just leave? Why waste the money? Well, I'm already here. I might as well consume. No choice. I'll buy this fucking banana I don't want. I know all the old people eating there confused as fuck, yeah. Damn, this new menu really revamped interest in Cracker Barrel, huh? Look at all these people lined up to eat here.
I have to mute the audio because it's that copyrighted song that says, I think I'm gonna die in this house.
What?
And then she has it slow mode on this guy who's clearing out whatever shelf this is. I think it was Nito's, because once she gets up there, she gets like some off-brand squishy and not an actual Nito. These are grown men, mind you. Look
True.
at the slow mo. Look at this guy.
True. This is the most he's jogged since high school. Fuck, I gotta get to those Nitos! I need to sell it on Whatnot. This is sad, man. This is very sad. How do you even sell these on Whatnot with no gotcha? Again, I have no clue. I have no clue, but that's the only explanation for why this fucking goober is out here clearing shelves of Nitos. What else is he gonna do? What else is he gonna do with it besides try and offload it for a profit? And also, that was that lady screaming,
Woman
right?
at the register of being actually her house.
Is this even about Nitos? This looks like a food place. Cracker Barrel is a restaurant, so... Oh, good point, touche. That was a very strong point, yeah. When are we getting a Nito-shaped tier list? Sounds awful even as a joke. That sounds fucking terrible. I hate that idea. Part of me hopes this is real and Pokemon scalpers pivot to this. Oh, that'd be ideal. All these Pokemon scalping degenerates, they're like, holy shit, we gotta go to Nitos now, they're blowing up. I just slabbed the PSA 10 Rhombus. Selling for 10k. Serious offers only. They usually hop on whatever trend is next. They do, but typically that's in the card community, which is why those parasites have latched on to One Piece, which is a damn shame, but what can you do? But who knows, maybe they will latch on to Nitos. The other night on stream, I fell into a rabbit hole of employees and politicians urinating into sinks, which, you know, I always knew was a possibility. I knew our species was capable of such evil, but seeing it unfold firsthand, it still leaves you in shock and awe. And it's not like I was blissfully unaware of the existence of this tribe that walks amongst us, the sink pissers. On Reddit, quite a few years ago, there was actually a blossoming community, r/sink pissers, that a lot of people were making fun of, but in the shadows, they only grew stronger, only finding more and more sinks to relieve themselves in. And now, since we went through that rabbit hole on stream, I've just been getting fed even more cases of workers pissing in clients' sinks, like this one.
You probably won't believe an Indianapolis woman says a maintenance worker peed in her kitchen sink inside her Northeast Side apartment.
No, you won't believe that I do believe that. It doesn't shock me or surprise me in even the slightest. I have known about the sink pissers community for a long time. And these kind of scenarios have been unfolding pretty often, actually. More so than you would expect.
With who captured this video on her Ring camera inside of her apartment, and she now tells 13 News she's traumatized over this incident and wants the man to pay her back for the things he damaged.
Can't put the piss back in the balls, but they could at least reimburse her here for the hassle. And I do imagine if this happened to me, if I found out someone came in and started urinating all over my dishes in the sink, I would never feel comfortable cleaning in that sink again. Because there would always be that lingering what if. Like, you know, this could be some highly acidic piss this guy contaminated my sink with. Even if I replace all the dishes, even if I do my best to really scrub that clean, I just don't know if it would ever be enough. It would leave a lasting impact on me.
Now take a look at your screen. In this video, you can see this maintenance man pulling down his pants and then peeing in Shirley's sink while the dishes were filled in that sink. So Shirley says the incident happened last week at her apartment over at Blackburn Terrace in the Martindale Brightwood neighborhood. Shirley says she was supposed to be there, the maintenance worker rather, was supposed to be there to fix her water heater. When she got back, the man said someone else would be back to finish those repairs. That's when she looked at her camera to see what he did, and she was stunned.
Greaseball really gets up close and personal with the camera here. He's like right up on it, looking like a Twitter profile pic for those 40-year-old dudes that spout out the worst dog shit takes of all time. We got him on the microscope here checking on this. Now, judging from his build, I feel like I can say with a high level of confidence this is probably a frequent user of r/sink pissers. This guy's got the quintessential narwhal baconer at midnight Redditor build. So I think this guy was probably inspired by some of the posts on there over the years and said, you know what, today's the day. Or maybe he does this often at his work, pissing on people's dishes in the sink.
Flabbergasted, yeah, I couldn't believe it. Can't imagine if I didn't have it and he did that and I would have been eating from those same dishes later that day.
Just very shocking. And according to Shirley, that man was fired after this incident was reported.
I fear, like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So even though he may have lost his job here, I don't think that stopped him from pissing in strangers' sinks and all over their dishes. That looks like a man with no remorse, a loose cannon. He doesn't even think twice about just pissing on the dishes in the sink. It doesn't even seem like he bothers washing down the urine, which is unusual because other employees that have done this usually try and hide the evidence. But this guy, he's proud of his work. He just tinkles it all out on the dishes and just leaves it there like his calling card. And I have to imagine he probably wasn't well hydrated. I have no evidence to base that on. He does have like this meatball build going on here, but I feel like he probably wasn't well hydrated. It's probably very yellow pee-pee, and he just leaves it there too. It's like he wanted to be caught. Maybe that was part of the thrill. This is like, this is, final raid boss sink pisser here. But again, this is not as unusual as you might think. So let me just show you from the rabbit hole when we were diving down that on stream the other day. You see where that landlord went to fix a problem in a tenant's home and took a piss in the sink? I can't say I saw that. Well, I mean, that's fine though. Maybe solved the problem and then even gave them a little treat. Let's see. I didn't know how to look for this, so I just said landlord fix problem, pee in sink. Maintenance worker fired after allegedly urinating in tenant's sink. Oh, it wasn't the landlord. I thought the landlord went in there. He's like, alright, he just bangs a hammer on the TV to fix it and then just immediately relieves himself in their sink.
Funky story here. We told you about a Bloomingdale tenant who says a maintenance worker urinated in his sink. Take a look for yourself there. The tenant says what should have been a routine service call turned into a disturbing discovery. He says a maintenance worker entered his apartment to address an issue with his washing machine. While inside, the worker was allegedly caught.
But then he identified another issue, an unpissed sink. So he solved two problems in one outing and didn't even charge you for the secondary service. And you have the gall to get angry about it?
The tenant's apartment cameras urinating in the kitchen sink. Well, tonight we heard back from the management company in a statement. They said, quote, management was made aware of the incident regarding one of our employees, and upon learning of this wholly unacceptable behavior, we immediately put the employee on leave following an investigation. We terminated the individual's employment.
Unjust. Can't piss in sinks anymore, huh? Some guy pissed in a coffee maker in Canada. He was candidate for an election in 2015. Well, was it his own coffee maker? Or was he also a maintenance worker who went in and relieved himself in a coffee maker? Canadian candidate Jerry Bance out after video shows him urinating into coffee cup. Toronto businessman who's been running for parliament with Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper's party made the wrong kind of splash has been dropped by his party after he was caught on video urinating into a coffee cup while working as an appliance repairman. That's pretty cool. Where's the video? This seems like a common occurrence. Lot of wacky pissers.
In other news now, a developing political story tonight. The Conservative Party is looking into one of its candidates over some surprising behavior. For more on that, the CBC's David Cochran joins us tonight from Ottawa.
Hey, David. Why do you look so sad?
Well, Wendy, this involves Jerry
This is
Vance,
fun.
who is the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Rouge Park. And just a few days ago, Conservative Cabinet Minister Jason Kenney was in Vance's cameras set up, and those cameras caught Jerry Vance urinating in a coffee mug and then dumping
who
the
hasn't?
contents of that mug into a kitchen sink while the homeowner was in the very next room.
That's like an elevated form of sink pissing. A more elegant solution for the sink pissing enthusiast on Reddit, I would say. Hey, Jerry.
Off to the other room for some reason.
Oh.
He's also taking a cup.
Oh my.
He just peed in the cup.
Then he empties the cup in the sink, rinses it, and puts it back.
So when we learned of this, we immediately contacted
Jerry, I gotta tell you, that seemed like the work of someone who often pisses in coffee cups. That was methodical. That was just like business as usual to this guy. But why, and Jerry, far be it from me to question your technique, why not just cut out the middleman and piss into the sink at that point? What was the point of the coffee cup? Did he just want to, like, maximally contaminate as many things as he could find in the kitchen? I don't even see what the purpose was. Not tall enough, he was too short? No, was he? Let me see. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the countertop's a little high. He could have waterfalled it, just aim up. Arc it. But then I guess you risk contaminating like floor and stuff, and he's not looking to make a mess.
Now, coincidentally, Conservative leader Stephen Harper will be campaigning in the Scarborough area tomorrow. Jerry Vance is not scheduled to be with him. Wendy?
Yeah, he is busy pissing in my sink right now, probably. I mean, the sink pissers community seems dedicated. Yeah, the sink pissers community is very enthusiastic, but even they, I don't think, would be lobbying for peeing in strangers' sinks while on a job. I think even they would show restraint. That's all they do on that subreddit, bro. Unless the subreddit's changed drastically from the last time I took a peek in there, it's only them pissing into their own sinks, right? Oh, here's the top post of the day is actually about the maintenance worker. Rookie move, says Sasquatch. I probably have to be careful showing this one on stream, actually. Have I just done the first ever girl sink piss? Well, I probably can't even look at this on my other monitor because you see it in the reflection behind me. But yeah, this is definitely their own house. So like this one. This milk stool was a game changer. And one of the sink pissers just put a stool in front of his sink for being able to get his cock and balls over the edge. It's never like strangers. They have stats at the top of the page on why it's actually better to piss in sinks. What stats? What does it matter what receptacle gets peed on? What does that change? Where? Oh, environmental impact of sink peeing. Okay. Average gallons, flush 1.6. Analysis. R/sink pissers will save over 16 million gallons of water this year. Number of sink pissers, 4146. Average pisses per day, 7. Wow. Gallons saved daily per person, 11.2. Gallons saved person yearly, 4,088. Number of sink pissers per day, 78. Sink pissers per year, 28K. Gallons saved per year, 118 million? I don't know about this. These numbers don't feel right. This is 7 years ago. Their projections were way off, by the way. The community, I think, is at, like, yeah, 15K. Didn't really experience the growth they thought they were, with 4.1 million sink pissing members. They just missed it. Someone also shared a YouTube video called West Virginia Pizza Hut Manager Caught Peeing in Sink. God, they're everywhere. Oh, this was 2014. This was the height of the sink pissing craze, it seems. You had the Canadian politician doing it. Now you had this Pizza Hut manager doing it. Video unavailable, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
Here's an extra special ingredient that no one wants on their pizza. Pee. A district manager...
Now that's an intro. Where'd this energy go, USA Today? What happened to you guys? Your writers were cooking. She's fucking right. That is the last secret ingredient I want on my pie.
At a Pizza Hut in Kermit, West Virginia, lost his job after this surveillance video was released showing him peeing into a sink. The sink that
Why'd he lose his job?
Was the same one the store used
Even hitting
to
the fit
wash
lean.
utensils. Ugh. Fortunately, the incident did not include any food tampering, as it happened during non-business hours. Pizza Hut officials said in a statement that they are embarrassed by the actions of this individual.
Throwing him under the bus.
Pizza Hut has zero tolerance for violations. Better now that Pizza Hut has taken care of business.
Well, I mean, it is Pizza Hut. It's not like it could have made the pizza worse. Do I personally know any sink pissers? I do not. That you know of. Yeah, it's true. I guess I've never asked if anyone's an active sink pisser that I know. Could you be friends with a sink pisser? Like, if all your friends came out as sink pissers, would it change anything? The only thing it would change is I wouldn't really want them around, like, my house. But yeah, I could definitely be friends with them. It wouldn't ruin it. If you would have come to me 5 months ago and told me that potentially the best movie of 2026 was going to be a horror film, I would have poked in the eyes like Captain Insano and told you to get out of my house. Would have been trying to have you institutionalized for such a delusional idea. But now look at us. Farting and shitting in the reality where the best movie this year really might just be the horror film I just got back from. Obsession. A lot of people have been glazing it. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the hype around it, and I know I've been very vocal and you're probably tired of hearing me whine and squeal about how exhausted I am of this marketing tactic, specifically in regards to horror films where everything has to be the scariest movie ever made. Oh, no, it's run, don't see it, no, it's too scary, you can't handle it, it's gonna be piss all over the fucking seat, don't go see this new horror movie, it's too scary. Like with Long Legs. And I know every time I review a horror movie now, I can't help but make that mention, just always fucking shooting spitballs at Long Legs for the marketing around it. The point is, this movie had a lot of hype, and nowadays that makes me kind of skeptical, like, okay, might not be all that special. But in the case of Obsession, I think exceeds all expectations I could have had based on the early reviews, and even the trailer. The trailer looked good, but this is much better than the trailer led me to believe. I went into this kind of expecting something in the vein of Wish Upon, which is one of the fucking worst horror movies ever made. Actually an insult to cinema. Like, that right there is why you could make a strong argument that we were never meant to have this technology, because what that captured is a fucking sin. Wish Upon is a terrible film, but there is something in Wish Upon that is shared in Obsession, which is a wish for love, which overwrites a human being's free will to bend to that wish for the person who made it. It's a fun concept that is ruined in Wish Upon, but explored beautifully in Obsession. And now, after having watched this film, I feel like I can say with confidence, the best horror movies are being made by YouTubers. Raka Raka crushed it with Talk to Me, came back for the double whammy with Bring Her Back, which I thought was one of the best films of that year, and now, this film, Obsession, is also a YouTuber-directed film. This comes from Curry Barker. And this is so far my favorite movie of the year. I really liked it. And I think what, like, elevates it, the concept is pretty simple. And like I said, it actually isn't the most unique concept ever. Making a wish for someone to fall in love. Fucking Fairly Odd Parents had something like that with Timmy and Trixie at one point. So, like, it's not the most unheard of concept, and you can immediately deduce where it will go, where it becomes an obsession, stalking, that kind of thing. But what really gives it that extra oomph is the performances from the main characters. So, Bear, played by Michael Johnston, and Nikki, played by Inde Navarrete. I'm sure I fucked the name up. I'm super sorry. But they both gave such a great performance. In particular, the actress who plays Nikki. Extraordinary. They are really able to sell everything in this film to you. And it does a great job of tiptoeing on the line of being, like, comedic at points, and also just being extremely unnerving. This movie does some great tension building. I just have zero complaints about this film. I also like that it unapologetically uses weirdness. It uses, like, tactical cringe, where it's self-aware of what it's doing because it's part of what's happening. He has made a wish to make the girl of his dreams fall in love with him, and now she is obsessed, but it's not her, and they make that point pretty clear that this is now basically just some kind of, like, demon that's piloting the body here under the orders of the wish that he made. And so they'll occasionally have, like, the real Nikki come through, like, at very rare instances, and it snaps from her being all over him and in love to then just freaking out like, help, it's not real, it's not me, that kind of thing. Like, the film is not afraid to be weird. It doesn't just try and rely on, like, the normal standard horror movie cliches you've seen a bunch, though there are a few cliches sprinkled throughout. It does try and just be, like, odd. And I really appreciate that. So, like, very uncomfortable scenes. Like, one scene I know popped off pretty recently where they're at, like, a dinner and he asks, hey, that thing about your dad dying, is that real? And then she just starts going like, no, freaking out. I thought we were having a nice date in front of, like, the whole restaurant. It's really uncomfortable. There's also other scenes like that where, like, when he goes to work and she's off, she just stands there and basically, like, goes into low power mode and just stands there smiling at the door for like 8 hours, and she's pissed herself, she's shit all over the floor, covered in vomit and stuff. Like, it does just get weird and uncomfortable and unnerving, and I think that really helps sell the unpredictability of each scene as they're building all of this tension, because you don't know if it's going to go in, like, a comedic direction where, like, at a party she has to do something for a drinking game and it ends with her reading a really odd passage from a book that she's working on and everyone's all weirded out. She's completely ruined the whole vibe of the party, and then she just goes into, like, wacky maniacal laughter. Just joking. No, I'm joking about joking. So what if I'm fucking serious? Like, that kind of thing. And it's not afraid to, like, slow burn these scenes. This is a horror film that actually does a good job of being scary and frightening without just using, like, the standard, like, demon jump scare or something like that. Like, again, there are jump scares, but at the end of the day, this is still a human being that you're watching. At no point does she, like, transform into some kind of, like, you know, monster creature or anything like that. It's not even, like, very violent or gory. There is some violence and gore in there, but it very, very seldom. It really is impressive just how effective it is at making you, like, I don't know, kind of tense up just by having a scene with a bunch of darkness in there and she's talking in the darkness. Like, there's a lot of scenes where they're showing her where you can't even really make out her face. So then you are sitting there trying to, like, figure out what facial expression she's even making, and it's really effective. Like, I have, like, no complaints about this film whatsoever. They also do a good job of making you not exactly the biggest fan of the main guy either, because what he's done is fucked up. And even after he starts to piece it together that wish that he made on basically a fucking toy turns out to be real, he kind of just, like, okay, so what if it's not real? I still get to have sex with her. So he's taking advantage of this, and one of his friends is like, hey man, it really seems like you're taking advantage of her and she's going through, like, a psychotic episode. So, like, it does a good job of, like, actually making you kind of root against the main character as well. Like, everything this film tries to do, I think it does extremely well. I was blown away by how much I was enjoying this film. And like I said, it is self-aware. So when it is giving you like those cringe moments being very on the nose, or giving you like really wacky over the top scenes of this, you know, like stalker type behavior, and like, you know, crying like, oh, why don't you love me? That kind of thing. Or like even just something really over the top, like you cooked my cat, that kind of stuff. All of it works. All of it flows so well in this film. And I think a big part of that falls onto just how great the acting was. The performances really did complement it amazingly. Like I said, no complaints about this film. So far, it is my favorite film of the year. There are some heavy hitters coming out in the next few months, and especially towards the end of the year with the Dune 3, so I guess we'll see if it stays my favorite movie of the year, but man, this was very strong. I am so pleasantly surprised by how good this movie was. Man, I just keep reflecting on some of the scenes. I'm avoiding spoilers for the most part in this one. I'm giving you just more broad strokes about this, and I know I usually dive into spoilers, but for this one I'm going to make a special exception because I really think that this is something pretty special here. Again, and it uses a concept that I don't think is special or unique, like the wish gone wrong type thing. We've seen that explored millions of times, just not like this. And I would even go a step further and say that even some of the story beats that it hits, I've seen before in other films. It's not that unique, but it's the way that they get there and the way that they build it and the way that they shoot it, the way that they use lighting here and the way that they convey it, especially through the performance of the lead actress, is unique. Something that I think is very special to this film. It is extremely rare. Like, I can't even really think of more than a couple of films ever that have made me feel secondhand embarrassment. And I mean that as a compliment because that's what it was going for in those scenes. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. I do not get uncomfortable with movies or horror games or anything like that usually. It's very, very rare. But this film was able to pull that off. Like, it actually does such a good job at what it set out to do with each of its scenes, with the tension or the cringe. Like, I really am impressed. Again, so far my favorite film of the year. I highly recommend checking it out if you like horror movies at all. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Trump Mobile, the golden Trump phone, supposed to come out 2025 of summer. So now the beginning of 2026, still no phone, still no pickles. And you might hear the little Banjo-Kazooie backing track right now to this video. It's because I'm on hold with Trump Mobile support to check on my pre-order to see what's gone so awry that the phone still hasn't arrived.
The Trump family's attempt to launch a new smartphone is off to a rough start. You may remember back in June, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. announced the launch of a new American-made mobile phone along with a wireless service they called Trump Mobile. The release was originally slated to happen in August, but now it's November and people are still waiting.
I've tried to get a hold of Trump Mobile's customer support for a little while now, a couple days, to no avail. So now I'm just on hold waiting to see what's going on with it. Because, I mean, it's, you know, the Made in America, well, scratch that, they actually got rid of that. It's no longer Made in America. They don't claim that it's an American-made phone anymore. It's just a proudly American phone, according to their website now that they've updated. And for $500, it was a really, like, great deal, which defied all laws of physics and everything we knew about manufacturing to get a phone to that level. Every single human being on the planet with a functioning frontal lobe could have told you there's no way to make a $500 phone in America. So now they've abandoned that marketing mumbo-jumbo entirely. Oh, I thought I was about to get a hold of someone there, but that happens a lot. It starts to, like, break up because there's only one song that they loop forever and they can't even do that smoothly. But, yeah, anyway, I wanted to see what's going on with Trump Mobile, because the phone still hasn't been delivered. There's no signs of life. There's no pulse at that company, if the company even exists in the first place. I'm starting to get skeptical now. And, yeah, I'll just keep you updated as I continue to stay on hold endlessly in this fucking void, this purgatory that they've locked me in here. Alright, let's try again. Yesterday they were closed, so this is right in business hours and business time.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para Español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
Hey, I just wanted to check on the status of my pre-order.
I'll be more than happy to go ahead and assist you, ma'am. Please have the telephone number your account is under.
Now, interestingly enough, I gave them a bunch of phony baloney information. Like, the email and phone number I gave them are not associated with any Trump phone or Trump mobile pre-orders, yet somehow they found my account. I don't understand how, because it's not registered under anything I provided, but just in case that does end up being someone's actual phone number, I'm not going to put that clip in here, but what I gave them is not tied to a pre-order because, shocker, I didn't put $100 down on the Trump phone, but somehow they were able to locate my account.
So, due to the government shutdown, there were some delays with the delivery process. Everyone who pre-ordered the T1 phone has secured their order for the phone. So what we're doing is that we are sending out the phones priority shipping. Soon as shipment resumes, everyone who did pre-order the phone will receive a confirmation email once the phones have been shipped out.
Okay, wait. I mean, it was supposed to come out in the summer, though. That was before the government shutdown. I thought there was just some kind of...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I was expecting it in the summer of 2025 when the shutdown wasn't till after that. I guess I'm just a little confused on how that affected the manufacturing.
Well, the phone was scheduled to come out in December, which is around the time that the government shutdown did happen. And like I said, the reason why it was delays on it was because we needed to get the approval from the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, before releasing the phones. And so that's why we are doing priority shipping to get the phones out to the customers as soon as possible.
Is there a time I should be expecting it? Like, is there an ETA?
As of right now, we don't have like an exact time frame. We were just told just to update the customers. Once shipment resumes, we will be communicating with all of our customers via email.
Okay, well, but I'm sorry for the skepticism. I'm just getting a little concerned because it's been a while. The phone is real though, right? Have you, you've held one?
Honestly, me myself, I have not actually held one in my hands, but they are real. You can also go to our website at trumpmobile.com, and like I said, it does have all the information about the phone as well.
Well, yeah, I see it on the site. It's just me and my family we were kind of expecting it by now. Do you know anyone that has held one? Like, do you know anyone that's using one currently or anything like that?
I'm going to be honest with you. No, because like I said, everyone pre-ordered the phone, has not gotten their phone as of yet. So, from my knowledge that I know of, no one has received their T1 phone as of yet. And we know that, like I said, the customers haven't, been waiting on it, and we do value our customers. And like I said, that's why we are trying to, expedite the process to get the phones out as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I appreciate the honesty. I guess I'll just sit tight then until I get that email. I really appreciated how honest this guy was. It would have been super easy to say, oh yeah, I'm actually holding a Trump phone right now. But he didn't do that. He just said, yeah, I've never held one. I don't know anyone that ever has. I appreciate that he was willing to be that open. He seems like a good guy. And I imagine they're probably getting flooded with actual customers being very concerned where their phone is because they've actually put money on it. And it's not like it's an insignificant amount of money. $100 for a phone that was supposed to ship like 5, almost 6 months ago now. And when you go to the website, they still proudly say that it's coming out by the end of the year, which was 2025. That year is now past. That year's in the books now. It's done and dusted. And they still have it on their website that if you're pre-ordering now, you are going to be getting it by the end of the year. 2025 is the assumption because it's been there since 2025. It's pretty absurd. In fact, when you go to their website, you can still put the $100 down to this day, despite there being no evidence of the phone's existence, not even from customer support. You can still put $100 to the idea of the golden Trump phone, despite no planned or expected release date or anything to bring further clarity to the whereabouts of this unicorn they're calling the Trump phone.
An American flag on the back, and so we put that pre-order, and they were promising that these phones would be released in August. Here we are in November. I've been trying to get out to the call center every few weeks and say, hey, what's the update? And I've been perpetually told it's going to be released at the end of this month. It's going to come out next month. When I would ask about reasons for the delay, they didn't have much to answer for except for that they were working on this phone. At one point, they even blamed it on the government shutdown, interestingly. But again,
his findings are similar to mine. The support did say it's because of the government shutdown. I guess a very convenient excuse if you ignore the fact that it was supposed to come out before the government shutdown. Support then, of course, just doing his job. It's not like I blame him or anything. Is saying, no, it was actually supposed to come out in December, which isn't really the case. But even then, it's past December and everything like that. The government shutdown, it's in the past now. Where's the phone? It's January. This segment was from November. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's real. It doesn't seem like it actually exists. And I think a lot of people that put the $100 down have probably forgotten they've done that. They probably forgot that Trump even has this Trump phone that he pitched because he is hawking so many products to enrich himself and his family. He has like actually over 200 like fucking pieces of merch, the Trump cologne, the Trump Bible. Like he has so much garbage that he is putting out there that a lot of things like this just fall through the cracks and people just mindlessly giving him money. They probably forgot about this. But you still haven't received what you were supposed to with your $100 down. You have still not gotten any information on where your Trump phone is. That should be something that's pretty eye-opening to a lot of people, but I'm sure they'll just hand-wave it. No, it's so highly advanced and such powerful American-made technology here that it's just taking a little extra time, which is why they can't actually explain anything. That's what's going on here. When the reality is, they can't make that phone for what they were saying. Like, you could probably go to Temu and start drop shipping a golden Trump phone, I guess, but their initial claims were that it was American made, and even on their website, they still have like the nomenclature that tries to mislead people into thinking it's American made by saying it touches American hands during production, as opposed to being entirely American made, because you cannot make that here for that price. You can't. You literally cannot. So it is going to be probably made in China, and if it ever comes out, will not be what it was advertised as, if it ever comes out at all.
Even a phone being made in the U.S., do we know? And I know you've been looking at their website and noting that there are some changes there.
Yeah, so again, this was branded as a made in the USA phone. In fact, they said so on their website. But interestingly, as I've been trying to follow the development of this phone, they tweaked the wording on their website. And now the mention of the made in the USA is completely scrubbed. You can see the original image on the top there. It says in that text, made in the USA T1 phone. And now all it says is, you want to be the first one with the new T1? Here's how. Elsewhere on the website, they describe it as an American proud design.
January 2026 checking in, it's still in that state. They are, like I said, trying to wash away that initial claim of being like entirely made in the US because, as he goes on to mention, it's just not technically possible to make that kind of device in the States here at that price point and at that development timeline. It's just not possible, which is why it's no longer there. But the phone still doesn't exist, so they're still, I don't know, having a hard time developing it overseas too. I thought for sure they would have just farted out something very quick from like Alibaba and called it the Trump one, just to like satisfy the people that gave him money, which is no doubt a lot of people. I think it was hundreds of thousands of people pre-ordered the Trump one, like the Trump phone, and they are still getting nothing. There's still nothing there with no answers and no expectation on when it's arriving. So just wanted to give you a little check-in here in case you forgot about the Trump phone. It's not looking good. I'm sorry to tell you, sports fans, but it's looking like you got schmeckeldorfed. That's really about it. So yeah. I saw something weird today. It comes from TMZ. It's a surveillance camera clip of a guy sniffing a sofa right after an underage girl had got up and left from it. And this clip actually sparked a bit of a debate online, as everything seems to nowadays. Even something as objectively gross and unacceptable as this. There's no audio in the clip. Everyone's just been uploading this with different royalty-free stock beep beep boop bop music like Mr. Krabs was listening to in SpongeBob, so I just went ahead and muted that. That was apparently an underage girl that just got up and left, and this guy wanders in there and immediately just beelines like a homing missile to the sofa where she was once sitting and just dives in like he's bobbing for apples, gets a big huff, and then just leaves. This happened at a dance studio, and apparently one of the owners had contacted the police to report the disturbing incident. The cops watched the video, felt it was strange behavior, investigated, discovered his identity, and were determining whether or not criminal charges are warranted. The girl was apparently leaving a dance lesson, and then he executed Operation Super Sniffer while another dance lesson was in progress. I feel like any normal person would watch that and agree that that is disgusting, creepy shit that is definitely warranting some kind of punishment. I don't know what the charges would be. I don't know if they've written into law, illegal sniffing or something, but I have to imagine there's gotta be something, right? Like, this is behavior that has to have some kind of repercussions. He walks into this dance studio after this child leaves that sofa, and it seems like his main goal there is to sniff where she was. Now, it does seem like there is like a cut between when she leaves and when he enters. I don't know how much time elapsed, but he immediately has like a mission in mind. Like, he goes in there with a plan and does it right away, then leaves after smelling it. I don't know if he's even on a phone call. Maybe that's just a ruse. But, I mean, if he is, he's talking to somebody on the phone. Oh, yeah, business. Business, and then excuses himself from the dance studio. Like, it's fucking weird. Since there's not a ton of information about this, it's been a lot of speculation on what he's even doing there in the first place. Because it's not like he just ended up there by pure coinkydink. He didn't just spawn in the second that girl left the sofa. He was clearly already there. And the question then becomes, why? Maybe he has a child that also attends the same dance studio, which would be extremely concerning. I also have to imagine this isn't his first rodeo with this kind of shit, considering he just so brazenly does this just in public here, while there is another dance lesson going on as well. Absolutely, like, no hesitation or anything. He just walks in there, he gives like a little hand gesture, like he was doing a Jedi mind trick to an ant or something, and then he just immediately goes for it. This is a sick freak. Now, as I mentioned, this clip has actually had a bit of a debate with people defending him, if you can believe that. And I'm sure you can believe that, because that is the state of the world right now. The biggest thing people are saying to fight for this guy's honor is that maybe he didn't know that that girl was underage. Maybe he thought that was an adult. Okay, let's play ball with that game theory. Let's assume he thought this was an adult instead of a child. It's still creepy, fucking gross behavior. Even if he did this not at a dance studio but at a bar, it would still be some unacceptable degenerate shit. If he's just spying on women, waiting for them to get up from their seat so that way he can march over there, fee-fi-fo-fumming his way so he could stick his nose where their ass once was in order to get a whiff of the fumes there, freaky style, that would still be fucking weird. Like, it doesn't change that fact. This is unacceptable behavior. And the fact that he does this where a child was sitting makes it significantly worse. I then also saw people unironically saying that maybe he had smelt something bad and wanted to check where it was coming from to make sure everything was okay, like a gas leak or something. Which, I gotta tell ya, sports fans, that is lunacy, to actually be trying to make that argument in this case. How many of you, when you smell something bad, your instinct is to go shove your whole face into it? Like, if I smell dog shit and it's like, oh boy, this is yucky, I'm not immediately going to bury myself in that dog shit to confirm the bad smell. Like, this guy was damn near rolling around in the sofa. Like, there is no world where this guy was just trying to investigate a yucky smell to figure out where it was coming from and what was going on. And it doesn't look like he smells something bad, by the way. He's not like, oh, like he's not scrunching his face up. It looks like he is like delighted to go right where that girl was sitting on the sofa so he could get a big smell of it. It is a crazy, actual, unhinged take to try and say that maybe this guy was trying to figure out, get to the bottom of a mystery of a bad smell. And now the security camera footage makes him look bad. That's nuts. I have to just show you this comment here. I saw this first on a YouTube short, and this comment was in the replies to someone upset about TMZ even bothering to cover something like this. So this is one of the people saying, well, it could have been a bad smell. What if there was a bad smell and he was checking where it was coming from? There's so many reasons why that could have happened. Get a life. There's so many reasons why that could have happened. They're making it sound like this guy tripped and fell or something, or slipped on a banana peel. What do you mean so many reasons why that could have happened? It's not like it was an accident. This guy didn't just lose his balance and plunge face first into the sofa where that underage girl was sitting. He did it on purpose. There's not so many reasons. This comment was so delusional that it would have actually been comical if it wasn't also scary, where this person's going to try and excuse this kind of behavior as maybe he was checking for a bad smell. There's plenty of reasons why this guy might have went over to that sofa to sniff where their child was sitting. So many reasons. Get a life. Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's so fucking peculiar. It's sad. It is sad that something like this can't even just unanimously be condemned anymore. That there has to be people still, for some reason, fighting tooth and nail that A, it's not a big deal, or B, you're just not understanding what actually happened here. Here's the real story, and it's just fucking fanfic people are pulling out of their ass to defend a complete stranger who was just a degenerate. What the fuck? Now, just to be crystal clear, the vast majority of people agree that this is completely unacceptable and that there needs to be punishment coming to this guy for this. I truly don't think this is his first time doing it either. I think he has probably done this many times. This is just the first time he's been caught doing it. So most people agree with that sentiment, but the fact that there's even a handful of people, a noticeable amount of people defending it, is just so pathetic. It is just so sad. There are some even more outrageous explanations people have drummed up, but I'm just going to give you one more, and it's this little thread right here, which was in reply to the clip. There may be some reasonable explanation for this behavior. He enters, talking to someone, goes to couch, sniffs, continues talking, then leaves. That is not the behavior of a perv who would spend more time with the area where the girl sat. Perv may not be the explanation. Now, I don't know why is, but I will watch the story. He then has a couple of people who agree with him in the comments. The idea that a perv would sniff a couch for only 3 seconds then leave is ridiculous. Whoever released this video should be sued for violating privacy. Employees should be able to do their jobs without having every moment scrutinized by an online mob. There are so many assumptions there, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where he's pulling this from, that it's an employee doing this. If it is, that's extremely alarming. This other person chimes in. I thought the same. Felt like something smelled wrong, maybe like piss, and he fast checked. I would imagine something different if you really wanted to enjoy that. So basically the Goof Troop's argument here is because he only did it for 3 seconds, he's not a pervert most likely, because he didn't take his time to enjoy it. And they say that the notion that he is a pervert is ridiculous because he only spent 3 seconds doing it. That makes no fucking sense. That doesn't compute. Would you also say that the Burbank butt sniffer is not a pervert? This was a guy who cruised bookstores and would periodically sniff women's asses. And he would only sniff their ass for half a second, maybe a full second. Is he not a pervert because he didn't spend his time enjoying it? He didn't sit there for 10 seconds doing it. Is the Burbank butt sniffer also innocent? This is stupid. They're unironically trying to say that he didn't meet the time threshold to be a pervert, thus there must be another explanation. Doing the act at all is the act of a pervert. It doesn't matter how long he did it for. What the fuck? That is so unbelievably dumb. And it's not just this group of 3. Like I said, there are quite a few people making the same argument. And then that last guy had an even stupider take about how maybe he was checking for piss. Okay, so the piss patrol walks in here, and the way that he checks for urine is to face plant into it? Who checks for piss that way? Who would possibly do that? I have yet to see any explanation for this other than him just being a fucking degenerate. There is just, I feel like, so little wiggle room that this is some kind of misunderstanding. The only thing that I was able to think of, and I think it is so fucking unrealistic that I don't think it's even remotely possible, but the only thing that would maybe make this a misunderstanding is if it turns out that that guy is that girl's father, and he is on the phone with her. That's who he's talking to on the phone. And she was worried that maybe she shit her pants or something. So then she had her dad go in there because she was embarrassed. So now she's talking to her dad on the phone, telling him where she sat. So then he goes and checks and sniffs to see if there's like a shit smell coming from it in order to let her know whether or not she like ruined the sofa or something. But I think that is very unlikely considering the dance studio contacted the authorities. I feel like the dance studio would probably know if that was the girl's father. And also, again, if he was there to investigate a bad smell, whether she shit or pissed or something on the sofa, he wouldn't put his whole face into it and like run it around the sofa. Nobody in their right mind would do that. I feel like there is just no possible explanation for this that isn't him just being a fucking freak. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Wow. I don't even know how to appropriately express my shock for what just unfolded here. Best I can do is one of these. Like a Mr. Beast thumbnail. Melania Trump, from out of nowhere, just delivered a speech going over Epstein. The whole thing was more surprising than when people learned Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. And even more surprising for me because I only recently learned that Melania can speak. I hadn't heard a peep from her in many years. I just assumed she had taken like a vow of silence or something, and that Trump just speaks for her. I only learned that she talks after the trailers for the Melania documentary, which, by the way, is directed by Brett Ratner, who was also present in the Epstein files with some not good photos out there of him. Interesting choice to direct her movie. A big part of this press conference was about how it's a bunch of lies that she was like a close associate of Epstein or like a victim of Epstein, and that it was only ever casual correspondence with Maxwell/Epstein, and that the email that recently came out, you know, it's misleading. It's not actually indicative of like a personal connection there. So she tries to defend that and shoot all of that down. And then she also says some things that are directly contradictory to Donald Trump and the entire administration's stance on the Epstein files.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone.
Those words alone just had Kash Patel shoot up out of his bed in cold sweats, awaken abruptly from his slumber, tinkling his britches, and he's going to need to calm down by butt-chugging some brewskis, because Perjury Patel has maintained that Epstein, there's no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked minors to anyone. The only person is Epstein and Maxwell. That's it. There's no other clients or anything. But here, the First Lady is saying Congress needs to act and that Epstein wasn't alone. This flies in the face of the official stance of the administration and Donald Trump himself, where they talk about how justice has been served, so get over it. Even Todd Blanche is not even shy about it. Not a crime to party with Epstein, probably won't be doing any further investigations. Their official stance is that everything that would ever happen with the Epstein files has happened, and that the American people shouldn't care about it, and anyone that does care about it is a bad person. Also, the Epstein files aren't real, they're a Democrat hoax. Meanwhile, from out of nowhere, Melania Trump delivers this speech where she's talking about her relationship to Epstein and how, like, there's a bunch of lies about it and it's all not true, but also how important the Epstein files are and that action needs to be taken, which is very much flying in the face of her husband's perspective on it and the administration that has desperately tried to make people forget about it. This came out of nowhere. Melania Trump delivered this at a time where no one was talking about the Epstein files. The media had forgotten about it. The administration got hit by the Men in Black neuralizer, so they didn't even know who Epstein was. They forgot that name entirely. And then Melania Trump comes and does this.
I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
This had to be a huge jump scare to most people in the administration because I don't think they signed off on that. And I read a couple reports that she went rogue and did this without like official approval through the channels of the Epstein administration and their attempts to cover it up at every possible angle imaginable. So if those reports are true, if that's accurate and she did this just willy-nilly, you know, on a whim, I bet the administration is fucking fuming over it. And now she calls for Congress to act, but Melania, get ready for the cold water. That call's coming from inside the house. You need look only in your bedside. Donald Trump is one of the main perpetrators of covering this shit up. His whole administration does everything in their power to bury it. So she is now mentioning the Epstein survivors directly, that's like Voldemort's name to this administration. They do not address the survivors, the victims of Epstein. So that was extremely surprising to hear her directly talk about it and how important it is to hear their testimony. I agree. We should be able to hear more from them and get more information about their experiences here and at least hear from them, which has been something this administration has been desperately trying to avoid, plugging their ears to it. I think she's right when it comes to that. Now, this wasn't the only thing she was addressing during this. The main thing is she was trying to set the record straight on her connection to Epstein and how they weren't close at all and all of these lies that have been spread about her being an Epstein victim or a close associate and pal are just a bunch of hooey, it's all hogwash. Which, again, comes out of nowhere because I hadn't heard those claims come up in months. This has been something the mainstream media has been radio silent on, crickets. So this just came out of nowhere and once again puts it right in people's noodle, brings it, right up front and center, which is great. I mean, actually, it's really wonderful that she decided to start talking about Epstein again in this way, because now, once again, it will remind people of the blatant corruption and the evil, the heinous acts that are being covered up here from this administration. It really is so wild, because this was not being discussed all that openly. I do know now, as a result of this, that some email has been shared about her emailing with Epstein and Maxwell or something to that effect, which is something she also talks about in this, so I'm guessing that was probably the catalyst that made her want to do this. But it was something that people weren't really talking about until she brought it up. It's like if I go into a crowded theater and I say, all right, everyone, listen up. I just want to make it clear I did not shit my pants. And I don't want anyone here to think that I did. All right. Now that that's out of the way, carry on. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, we weren't even really, thinking about that, but now that you've mentioned it, it makes us think that you might have doo-dooed. Did you poop your pants? I what's bringing this up here?
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
Just ignore the numerous photos of Melania with Trump and with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell. I mean, they're right there at your fingertips, but don't look them up. Clearly, she didn't have a relationship, a friendly relationship with Epstein and Maxwell. She just photographed with them multiple times, that's all, I find it a little hard to believe that they weren't friends or close in some capacity. Jiminy Christmas, again, the director of her documentary that just came out is Brett Ratner, who is in the Epstein files. I imagine they probably met through Epstein. I mean, that's just a hunch. I don't know that for sure, but that's quite a coinky-dink, don't you think? Like, I feel like she doesn't do a good job of, like, actually convincing people that that there's no, like, connection between her and Epstein and Maxwell, that they weren't really friends, because it flies in the face of what your eyes can see. The photos, the emails that just came out. Like there's plenty of things to suggest they were friendly at the very least. Maybe she wasn't like an Epstein victim per se, but it does seem like she was a pal to Maxwell and Epstein.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
Nice, big shout out for her book, that's huge. I'm surprised she also didn't make a mention of the documentary or her cryptocurrency Melania coin. This was a great opportunity for her to shout out the shitcoin, what the fuck? She missed a huge marketing opportunity, but at least she got to name drop the book, so everyone can go pick that puppy up. I know everyone's really biting at their nails, just salivating, waiting to get their hands on more Melania content, and luckily she addresses that while talking about Epstein. And I like how she uses that as evidence, like, nope, this can't be true about meeting Trump through Epstein, because if you read my book, I actually documented the first time we met. And you know you can't lie when writing a book. Like, it's 100% truthful. It's gotta be. It's a book. You can't make shit up there. Like, what the fuck? That's not evidence. I have no idea if she actually met Trump through Epstein or the parties there or whatever. I don't know. But it's not like this shuts anything down. Again, this only makes people think that there is a more deep connection here between Melania and Epstein than previously thought. Like, before, it was just rumors and, like, potential explanations and theories, but her coming forward once again just adds more fuel to that fire, because she doesn't actually really prove anything at all. She just once again reminds people of it. And I imagine a lot of people that were watching this didn't even know that Melania had so many photographs and stuff with Epstein and Maxwell, or had like the emails with Maxwell. Like, I bet this actually put it on people's radar. And like I said, this really did come out of nowhere, because it's not like Epstein was a huge topic at the moment. With everything else going on, pretty much no one was talking about Epstein until she brought it up here. Which, I mean, again, I think it's great that people are reminded of it, because it's a huge fucking problem. It is extremely important, and there is still no justice even being pursued by this administration. So I am glad to see more people talking about it again. I am just really shocked to see how this happened. I would have never predicted something like this to go down here. And like I said at the beginning, she does have like a whole like minute and a half worth at the end of her press conference here dedicated to talking about how important it is, and how Epstein wasn't working alone, and how there still needs to be justice, and that the survivors need to be heard. We need to get more information. That's huge. And that is correct. We do need that. So hopefully we can start moving in that direction. I mean, the First Lady has now just made a big press conference, and it was brought up here. And it is very different than the official administration stance. So, what happens now, I wonder? I'm just very curious to see what comes next, because Donald Trump's wife has now just directly gone against what he says in regards to the Epstein files publicly. So, I guess we'll see how it all shakes out. That's really about it. So yeah, what are some of the most dangerous combinations on the planet? Dynamite and a lighter, opioids and alcohol, Charles White and a basketball. But what about obsession and a weirdo. That is a recipe for disaster. A deranged individual becoming obsessed with someone or something, that is boogeyman shit. And I'm not talking obsessed about like, oh, I'm obsessed with working out or something like that. I'm talking about the obsession where it becomes like a full-blown fixation and genuinely a full-blown red alert mental disorder that spirals out of control and has oftentimes in the past led to some fatal outcomes, like with stalkers. Most notably, the one everyone always goes to is the Bjork stalker, Ricardo Lopez. He was the one that filmed himself blowing his brains out after forming this obsession with Bjork and trying to assassinate her with a letter bomb, trying to murder her. It's frightening. It is genuinely scary. And last night on stream, I learned about a new, potentially dangerous, obsessed weirdo where someone became fixated on a child from Fairly Odd Parents, a character named Hazel. And this obsession has become so strong that now they are sending threatening emails to the voice actress that plays this character on the show. And I've seen a handful of people saying that it's not that big of a deal, just point and laugh at this weirdo and move on. He's probably harmless. Just pop some popcorn and clown on him. And I just think that that's not exactly the way of handling someone like this. This is someone that needs to be reported, like genuinely to authorities. This is someone that is like actually unhinged. This is a potential maniac, and I don't think it gets taken seriously enough when it comes to this kind of shit. So anyway, I'll show you what we went over on stream, and then we also went over some other big examples of people just like this guy that have in the past gone on killing sprees as a result of their obsession with cartoon children. You saw a super creepy email the voice actor for Hazel in the new Fairly Odd Parents cartoon received? Fairly Odd Parents voice actress Ashley Crystal Hairston shares disturbing obsessive email from fan fixated on character Hazel. Ashley, the last time I sent you a message, you ignored me. I really did not appreciate being discarded like that, so I'll try to reach out to you again. You do not have to respond, but I implore you to at least listen to what I have to say. But if she doesn't respond, you feel discarded and get upset and then send another email. It's a lose-lose. You're not even really giving her permission. It's the illusion of choice. I'm going to assume you did not read the DM I sent you. But on the off chance you did, I apologize for using racial slurs. So I'd just like to reiterate that I am completely in love with Hazel. She is perfect in every way. To say I'm in love with her is honestly an understatement. She is the love of my life. The universe itself has told me that Hazel is my soulmate, and who are you to go against God? This immediately has the DNA of that guy who killed his sister over his love of Clementine from The Walking Dead. Anyone remember that guy? It was this Nicholas Prosper. It was his sister that he murdered, right? I'm pretty sure it was. This is some very, very, very disturbing shit. We talked about this on stream a while ago. But he became obsessed with Clementine from the game. A child, by the way. And I think it was he let his sister play the game and he was watching and then didn't like a decision that she had made. Why did you kill Larry in front of Clementine? That kind of thing. And then killed her. It was actually his whole family. He killed all of them. What? Oh my god, what? It's been a while since we went over it, but I thought it was only one person that he killed. It was his whole family? Yeah, you're right. The Prosper family murders. 18-year-old Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, Juliana, his sister, and brother. And yep, all three had been killed by a double-barrel shotgun. He also intended to commit a school shooting. And so his father survived. On September 16, 2024, his father, Ray Prosper, shouted, "I still love you, son. It's not your fault, okay?" That's just heartbreaking to hear, man. I couldn't even imagine being a parent and having something like that, where your son is a fucking evil monster. It must be the most difficult thing in the world to come to terms with. And now your whole life, everyone that you've loved, your wife, your kids are dead because of your son. That's just an entire brain breaker. Prosper shared a pre-recorded video where he referred to The Walking Dead online at 6:22 a.m. and disposed of 2 mobile phones, believing this would protect a group of pedophiles he talked to on Twitter. At one point, Prosper abandoned the bag containing the shotgun and ammunition in a bush at a playing field. At 7:55, Prosper left his hiding spot, walked down Birmingham Road toward a passing police car, which he flagged down with a raised hand. Prosper believed that all schools in the area would be locked down, so his plan was foiled and decided to surrender. That's how they caught him. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. This video, like, he had a YouTube channel dedicated to his love of Clementine. Like, it was all documented.
It's on Living.
It's completely fucking crazy. Like, it's unbelievable. It's beyond disturbing. Here's one of the videos.
He went home with it, and there he set up a webcam, put on his best bucket hat, and began to film a video. Right away in the video, he clearly states that, due to the decisions Giselle made in the game, he was planning on mutilating her face beyond recognition.
On June 30th, my sister decided to make the only correct choices in episode 1 of season 1 of The Walking Dead games, and for that her face will be mutilated further than necessary.
After mentioning his sister, he turns his attention to a video he saw on YouTube. This was gameplay footage of the Walking Dead game recorded by a channel called Living Echoes.
It's just fucking horrifying, man. Sick, twisted, evil people out there. But point is, this is giving me that exact same energy. This feels like the exact same guy. This is dangerous. Genuinely is dangerous. Like, it is wacky to point and laugh at the freak, but this is a genuinely dangerous, unhinged person. What I'm trying to say is that to see you, Hazel's voice actress and co-creator, ship Devzell broke my heart. She's my wife and I love her more than anything. God hates you for getting in the way of Hazel's and my love. Soon you will feel the universe's wrath. Hazel is mine and mine alone. I love her, and she loves me. I will never forgive you for the hurt you have caused. I suggest you take down all the Devzell posts you made, the interviews mentioning it, and stop shipping them if you want a peaceful life. Hazel is canonically 10 years old, by the way. Well, yeah, that's pretty clear. It's Fairly Odd Parents. That Danny Phantom dude had a YouTube channel too, right? Yep, oh god, what was it called? Something Blaze? Was it Andrew Blaze or something? All about his obsession over the Amber. Yeah, it was Andrew Blaze. Thought so. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. He also did a shooting, such a weird phenomenon. Yeah, he went and killed coworkers. His real name's Randy Stair. But he went by Andrew Blaze online and was obsessed with her from Danny Phantom. It's scary how common this stuff is getting. Feels not safe. I wouldn't say that it's getting more common. It's just we see a lot of it now. But this kind of obsession has been around for as long as, as long as I can remember. Think about the Bjork stalker, for instance. But if you're talking about like the phenomenon of people getting obsessed with fictional characters like in cartoons and shit, I guess that's a little newer since cartoons are a little bit newer. But those kind of people have always existed. It's fucking scary. And they seem to always get obsessed with children characters in the cartoon. Clementine, Hazel. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Poke Court, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yeah. About 5 months ago, I made a video covering the tragic story of a streamer named Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a streamer who was, for a long period of time, physically and verbally abused by people he considered to be his closest friends for their Kick content. And they were in the middle of a Kick marathon where Jean was once again the punching bag and the spittoon for them to basically torture throughout the entire thing. And after enduring so much exploitation and abuse, he eventually passed away on stream during this marathon. It is a disturbing, horrible thing to watch, and it is an extremely sad story. Obviously, people were very upset, rightfully outraged about the whole thing, so there were calls for action to try and get some justice here, get these Kick streamers held accountable for their potential role in his passing. And I wanted to give you a little update because it's been a while. This had been a lengthy investigation that is still ongoing, but 2 streamers here involved in this have been taken into custody. Owen Sinanzin, oh, I sound like a fucking idiot. Wow, I can't read that last name at all. I sound like I'm malfunctioning, like someone's got me on the DJ's turntable and he keeps remixing it. Owen and Safine Hamadi. They were taken into custody yesterday as part of a months-long probe into an on-camera death broadcast via the Kick platform. Now, many of you might remember the initial response from those involved in this marathon of abuse was to basically deny all responsibility, saying things like, his health was just bad, he liked to smoke and stuff, really bad stuff. Sucks to see him gone. He was like my best bud, my best pal. I love that guy, man. I'm real torn up over it. I can't believe it. But I had nothing to do with it. You guys are fucking stupid for thinking I had something to do with it. In fact, you're the monster for even thinking that me on camera beating him and, strangling him and all this had anything to do with his passing or anything at all. Ridiculous. That's been their whole strategy, is to just deny it and pretend like they're best friends and they're still so torn up that he's gone. Can't believe that this happened. It boiled down to them just playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how everyone's being so mean to them without stopping to consider their feelings about their friend dying during the stream of them abusing him for many days. And then, at one point, if I remember correctly, they even threatened legal action for people saying some defamatory things or whatever. It was a fucking mess. It was embarrassing and cruel. But it looks like French authorities are not buying the crocodile tears here from those Kick streamers. They're being held on charges including assault, incitement to hatred, abuse of a vulnerable person, and recording and broadcasting violent images, according to the chief prosecutor. Now, you'll also notice in the paragraph above that an autopsy revealed that the death was not caused by intervention by a third party. This means that Raphael Gravin did not pass away due to physical trauma or any injuries that he suffered at the hands of the streamers or anything like that. It was due to other medical conditions. So you'll notice that they're not pursuing charges of homicide. They're not trying to get these big slam dunk charges of these streamers killed this man on stream. Instead, they're going for what is clearly evident in all of the footage of their streams together. Physical abuse, assault, stuff like that. Which I think is pretty obvious. You can watch them do that. That is the bulk of their content. They were abusing this man. They were exploiting this man. And they were recording all of it for their content, and they were making money off it. It was their careers built off the back of their abuse of this man. It is fucking sickening stuff. So even though he may not have passed away as a result of all of the abuse he suffered from them, it certainly didn't help his underlying medical conditions in any way, shape, or form. We also have that text message that Raphael Gravin sent to his mother, talking about like how awful it is, the abuse that he suffered, that kind of thing. So they certainly weren't exactly angels here, and they didn't do anything to help him in any way. Even if they weren't directly responsible for his death, I definitely think it didn't help things at the very least. And these charges, I think, are probably pretty strong. I would imagine they stick because you can watch all of them yourself. Like, it's all just right there at your fingertips. It would be shocking if they don't end up behind bars. If this doesn't lead to them going to the slammer, I really would be stunned. This had been many months investigating. There is hours and hours and hours worth of content showcasing their abuse of this individual. I feel like it's an extremely strong case, but we'll see how it all shakes out. If you remember, they were actually taken in by authorities a while back, but they were released. This, I do think, is different, especially after months of investigating, so I'm pretty confident that there will be at least some level of justice here for everything they did. What that looks like with time in jail, I don't know. I guess we'll see, but this should be a very severe punishment. What they did to that guy is beyond fucked up, and his passing is extremely sad. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of give you an update here to the story, and really, that's about it. So yeah, Stranger Things final season just dropped. Well, volume 1 of the final season just dropped, so they're releasing it in like waves. And I just finished it. So, let's give you the review. Does the 9 years, the nearly a decade of build-up start to pay off here? The question on everyone's mind. 5 seasons in 10 years. One of the biggest criticisms around this show isn't even really the quality of the show. It's the time in between seasons where it's like 3 years of just fucking purgatory, so then everyone kind of forgets what was happening by the time the new season rolls around. And I always see the intense enthusiasts of this show start attacking people that point that out, like, oh, you homunculi, what, you can't remember every single fucking iota of detail that happened 3 years ago from the last season? Well, why don't you just do what I do and watch the entire series start to finish every 3 years in preparation for the new season? It's simple. And I just think that's a really weak argument. I think it's a very valid, legit criticism to say, like, a lot of time passes that it loses a lot of its hype. So much time has passed that the actors started as children and are now full-fledged adults. Millie Bobby Brown even has a child of her own, and they're still playing these same characters that are supposed to be kids. It is unusual how much time passes between new seasons, and it's preposterous to expect everyone to do fucking homework and rewatch the series every couple of years so that way they can be caught up with what's going on so they don't feel fucking lost with the new season. Anyway, though, I think it's a real complaint. That's the whole point I'm making. But the final season, Volume 1, is here. But real quick, before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this review, I want to let you know Starforge Black Friday sale is live right now. It is fucking huge, up to $1,000 off of everything, so you can go there and check it out if you're looking for a better PC. It's got the best PCs in the universe. You can click the link below. So overall, my thoughts on Stranger Things Season 5, Volume 1 are that it's fine. It's a little bit of a letdown. Like, there are more things I didn't like about it than things I liked. There were definitely still things I enjoyed about it, but there were so many things in here that I thought were just kind of underwhelming and even went against some of the, like, really good things Stranger Things had done in previous seasons. I'm going to be getting into spoilers, so this is your full warning here. I'm not going to spoil, like, everything with the first 4 episodes, but there are some things I want to talk about that I just think showcase that they were really trying to just get through it. There are just a lot of moments in here where it feels rushed. And I think there's no better example of that than the military themselves here. They, right now, lack any real clear motive for what they're doing. Like, we don't understand why the military is carrying out plans the way they are, other than just, we're the bad guys. That's as deep as it goes right now, and I'm sure that'll be fleshed out more in the next drop of in the next volume of the final season. But right now, they're just literally flat, one-dimensional antagonist, military bad. And they put that fist up your ass, letting you know you should not be rooting for the military at all. So, like, they start taking kids from Hawkins to bring them to their barracks to try and protect them, but what they're actually doing is using the kids as bait. Which one character's like, well, this is kind of fucked up, and she says, well, get over it, rub some dirt in it, pussy. Dr. K, that's like the new main military bad guy. And then, like, as the kids are there, the military's like really mean to them. Like, one of the officers even like just slaps one of the kids when he like speaks up and says something rude. Military guy's just like, poof. It's like, okay, so military bad, I get it. But what I don't get is like the response to everyone else in Hawkins about the military. So like they have Hawkins quarantined basically, like they're prisoners, they can't leave Hawkins. And everyone's totally fine with that. They're like, oh yeah, no, just fucking normal day paradise here. So much so that when they start taking their kids, the families don't put up any kind of stink about it. They don't like fight back or anything at all. They literally go door to door and just say, we need your child. And the parents are like, okay, we'll take them. Do you want all of them? Like, I have more children. Do you want to take all of them or just this one? It's like, what the fuck? Really? All the parents are going to be okay with the military just taking their kids to their undisclosed location that is inaccessible to the parents? It's really fucking weird that maybe like the entirety of Hawkins has been hit by a stupid beam. Why though? Like, what are they trying to accomplish? We don't know yet. So they're just like literally cartoonishly evil to a certain degree. So when you see Hop just start gunning them down, murdering a bunch of them, or watching Eleven snap one of their necks like she was breaking a Kit Kat bar, even dropping like a quirky one-liner saying, sorry for this, and then he falls from the second story, you're just supposed to be like, yeah, that was a bad guy, because military bad. We don't know what they're even trying to do yet, though. So they just feel like such a lame villain, and they're actually fucking incompetent too, by the way. That is like a crazy wombo combo here, because you set up the military as like one of the big forces here that they're battling against, and they have this massive base set up, both in the normal world and in the Upside Down. And in both of these cases, they are extensively researching, studying, and mastering their understanding of the Upside Down and the creatures that reside there, like the Demogorgon and stuff. Yet, in the final episode, when they get ambushed by Demogorgon, it's clear the military has no real answers to them. Instead, they continue to just use their guns, which have been established for a decade now, are not effective against the Demogorgon at all, yet all they rely on is their fucking guns. There's only one brave goober in their entire platoon, in this entire military base of hundreds of soldiers, that decides to use the flamethrower. To great effect, mind you. So why, with all they understand about these creatures, with entire science labs dedicated to the full understanding, Dr. K even demonstrating that she knows heat is what is weakening the thing that strangles, which is basically like a fucking hentai tentacle monster that starts strangling Hop, even explaining like, they thrive in the cold, but heat weakens it. Why then is this entire military operation gun-focused instead of having more fire-based weaponry? Or like incendiary grenades or something? Why? Why are they fucking stupid? If they have that knowledge, is it like budget reasons? Like they weren't allocated enough budget to buy fucking flamethrowers, more of those, or God forbid even a lighter? Jesus, a flare maybe even? Why are they still using guns knowing full well it doesn't work on these creatures? It just doesn't make sense, especially considering that they have done so much research and actually thoroughly understand a lot of it to the point where they literally have L's kryptonite. They have basically the brown note that they're able to blast through their satellite dishes, their, antennas, which is like a frequency that disrupts Elle and she can't like use her powers anymore and it hurts her. They call it her kryptonite. So they studied so much that they now can fight against Elle, one of the most powerful beings in the show, yet they can't just get some more flame weaponry to actually fight the other creatures that they are literally basically cohabitating with. I don't get it. Are the guns just to keep the kids in line so that they can start shooting the kids if they start asking too many questions? Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It just feels a little lazy, and it's my big complaint about part one is that a lot of it feels rushed. It knows it needs to get to certain places, but to get there, it doesn't really follow what's already been established. It just kind of like speed runs through it, at least in my perspective. And I also don't like that a lot of the character interactions just feel really weird and out of place. And the biggest culprit of that is Dustin and Steve. Now, their banter has been established since the beginning, basically. Like, they have camaraderie where they joke back and forth and they do argue. But in this season, that's dialed up to fucking 5,000. There is not a single scene with these two together where they are not at each other's throats. And to me, that just doesn't compute, because these are like basically best friends, and Dustin is a shell of his former self. After the death of Eddie, he's traumatized from it, and hellfire being dragged through the mud, it really hurts him. So his big character arc here is he's trying to basically stick it to the bullies by staying true to himself, like Hellfire's the greatest, Eddie's the GOAT, and for that he keeps getting his ass kicked, and it actually starts to deteriorate his friendships with Steve and the rest of the gang. And then when Steve is like trying to talk to him about it, he's not even really talking to him. He immediately is just combative with Dustin about it. And then Dustin is combative back. So then they're just perpetually arguing back and forth to the point where they have to implement a rule where they don't talk to each other anymore. Because every time they do, they argue. And when they break that rule, they're just arguing again. It's really annoying. These are like supposed to be best friends. Steve clearly knows what's going on. Why wouldn't Steve try and connect with him and try and like help him get through what is clearly a very rough period in his life, instead of just immediately pressing his buttons and attacking him? Like, it's not banter like it used to be. They're literally just perpetually arguing for the sake of just having some kind of conflict between them. Same way Steve and Jonathan are constantly arguing now, because they're in this competition to impress Nancy. Like, it feels like characters are regressing. And it's just annoying. Especially Jonathan, by the way. His whole role in this series now is basically just being like a stick in the mud. Like, he is just always against the good ideas, and when an idea pans out, he's mad about it panning out. So, like, Steve, for example, he makes a pretty brave decision to drive his car with all of them in it to the Upside Down as the portal is closing. A decision that Nancy also supports, and Jonathan's like, no, don't do it, don't you fucking do it, don't you fucking do it! And then when they get through there, Jonathan immediately is mad at him, like, well, maybe if you didn't drive it to the fucking Upside Down. And it's like, Jonathan, what are you talking about? And that's basically him for the entire volume 1 here of the final season. He's just always against the good idea. It's just lame. His whole character's been reduced to just, like, being obsessed with trying to, like, propose to Nancy now to beat Steve in this competition without ever really improving his relationship with Nancy and never actually contributing anything of value to the overall plot anymore. It's really disappointing to see. I also really don't like how inconsistent they are with the Demogorgon for the sake of plot armor around the main cast, or even the parents of the main cast. The viral clip that everyone's shooting spitballs at is when Karen, the mother, is trying to protect Holly and the Demogorgon is chasing them, and it one-taps the husband, whose name I already forgot because he plays such a little role. He hits him with like a golf club, and the guy just slaps his nipples off. He survives, by the way. Well, now Karen is trying to protect Holly, so she breaks a wine glass and starts stabbing it, and the Demogorgon's like really suffering, like, ow, 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 ow. So Karen is literally fucking shaking this thing down for its lunch money, this thing that is unaffected by like bullets and everything, but this wine glass imbued with the power of a mother's love is just blasting it. But it doesn't kill the Demogorgon or anything. It does end up like slashing her, basically like fucking Wolverine cuts her to ribbons, or at least that's what you're supposed to believe. She survives that as well, by the way. But she did so much damage to it that they were able to follow its blood in the Upside Down, which was pretty important for Elle and Hop, which, again, how the fuck is a wine glass more effective at making these things bleed and causing damage than all of the countless bullets that they just fucking face tank, just bullet sponge? I don't get that. It's just for the sake of, this is very important characters. Not only can we not kill them, we also need to make sure they have their moments to shine. I get it, but it's really very interesting when you show a scene like that, and you even show like this Home Alone style sequence where the main cast like booby traps a house and puts a tracker on a Demogorgon, hitting it with like fucking planks of wood and nails, trapping it in barbed wire, and then it's like so afraid that it has to run away from all of these like tiny little like doodads that they were blasting it with. And then you have a scene only an episode later where a Demogorgon, the same kind of Demogorgon, is just eating hundreds of bullets and literally splitting trained soldiers in half with no effort. Yet it can't kill a middle-aged man and woman or a bunch of kids, and it's so afraid of all of them that it has to leave, and it took so much damage that it's fucking bleeding out. It's just, Like, I understand suspending disbelief. I get that. But it's a little over the top, and it's a little blatant. Like, the inconsistency with the Demogorgon when it comes to the main cast versus literally everybody else. Which isn't the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that kind of grinded my ass to a grease a little bit at the end of episode 4. Like, I've hit you with a lot of things I didn't like about it, but there are things I do like. I think Will's character is probably the best in the season. Like, this is a character that's basically been benched and sidelined for a while now, where he hasn't really done all that much, and basically his scenes kind of devolve into him just like staring at a camera or feeling his neck over the last few seasons. I struggle to remember anything of real significance he's contributed over the last few seasons, but in this season, he is the most important character, and he gets a huge power boost at the end that I think does actually make sense. It doesn't fully come out of nowhere. They do kind of place the breadcrumbs, but when it happens, you're like, oh wow, he can do that? That's going to be really important. And I think they do a good job of setting it up overall. Murray, I think, is the most enjoyable character in the show. He's basically just coming along delivering gifts and goodies to the crew when they need it in his big old truck, calling himself Santa Claus, delivering, all the valuable materials that they need and doing it with his quirky, wacky personality. I actually like Murray. He was another standout so far in Volume 1. I also think Vecna is an interesting villain, even though they keep introducing new things instead of like answering previous questions, which is kind of annoying, which is another one of my mini bah humbugs here. Like, I don't like how it's mainly just presenting you new information, or even at points like retconning previous information. It's still not giving any answers yet. Even with that in consideration, Vecna is still very interesting, and the mystery of, like, his grand scheme is enough to keep you invested and hooked on it, especially now they introduce, like, all those memories, and there's one that he's very terrified of, where Max has been hiding in this cave, and when she gets into that cave, you just see him just standing there in his normal human Henry form, just crying. I gotta fucking order a French fries there. Why? Like, there is a lot of interesting mysteries it proposes, though it has done a really poor job at providing any answers from things in the previous seasons so far. I'm guessing they're saving that for the next drop, which is a little frustrating. I would have liked to see some lines start to wrap up or start reaching a conclusion, but whatever, there's still plenty of episodes to go. I also think they do a good job of showcasing just how menacing and powerful Vecna is. In the final fight of episode 4, they have him walking out fucking aura farming. He's in his, like, turbo evil Groot form, so he's got, like, fucking tentacles all over him. He looks like a rotting tree ant, and he starts using his abilities to just massacre all of the remaining soldiers from the Demogorgon ambush. And they show how strong he is. And then he has, like, a speech to Will, and then, unfortunately, and this is another thing, the writing in this first volume feels so different from the good writing of older Stranger Things episodes. So after slaughtering 15 soldiers, gruesomely massacring them, Joyce is standing between Vecna and Will, and he just, flips her to the side. And then he, like, force chokes Will over to him and gives a little speech about, like, you were my first experiment, you broke so easily, your mind is weak, you've got poop brain, Buster, you got smooth brain, I don't like you, you're stupid, you're stinky, and for that I'm leaving, and he's gonna let the Demogorgons take care of them. But why, though? Vecna, while he does enjoy reveling in the suffering of others, they've established that, they also, even in this very season, said he is not the kind of person to leave things unfinished, so why wouldn't he have just killed them himself? Like, why would he not have just immediately, like, fucking bopped Joyce, just slimed her out right then and there like he did all those soldiers? And I can see why he'd try and let a Demogorgon finish off Will, because that'd be, like, the ultimate torment. But still, it was just kind of, it felt lazy, more so than anything. And that's the way I feel about a lot of dialogue in this first half of season 5, where it just feels like these characters talk at each other instead of with each other. So like Elle and Hop, as they're going through the Upside Down, which by the way, the Upside Down is no longer like this scary place with like bats and like giant tentacles and everything. It seems very sterile now. Like, you can make an argument that maybe the military went through and cleared it all out, and they've also been so experienced with it that now it's just no longer a big threat, which I think takes a lot of wind out of the sails of the Upside Down, which was once like the worst place imaginable, basically hell. Here, it's fundamentally just like a blue light filter area with a little red lightning, and there's nothing else to it. Like, there's no like sense of dread or looming terror in the Upside Down. It's basically empty now. Like, the only people left are the fucking military and like the Demogorgon once or twice. Outside of that, it's just completely vacant. Like, that place Squidward went to be all alone. So like when Elle and Hop are traversing it, they're not even worried. Like, they're just casually strolling through the Upside Down. When Steve, Dustin, Jonathan, and Nancy get into the Upside Down, they're not worried either. They're treating it like a joke that they're now in the Upside Down, and they're just more annoyed that Steve crashed his car. So, like, the Upside Down is no longer, like, a scary thing. But what I was getting at with the dialogue, while Elle and Hop are going through the Upside Down, like, they bicker and then immediately make up, only to bicker again during, like, their making up, and then bicker again. Like, the line, punk ass, was used, like, 15 times in a single scene, where Hop is, like, injured, and she's being stubborn. He's like, hey, you're such a stubborn punk ass. And then she's like, oh, you mean like a stubborn punk ass? And he's like, oh, you heard stubborn punk ass? Yeah, well, I guess I'm a stubborn punk ass too. It's like, okay, come on. You don't need to wear the word out so much. Like, they really hammer that word in there. And that's a lot of their dialogue. It just feels really stiff. But now I want to mention something else that I think is probably a hot take with something I liked from this volume 1. I really like that they brought Eleven's sister back. That's probably a really spicy take, because that episode is still the worst in the series by far. That was in like season 2, where they had this like random, completely out of left field episode where Eleven meets her sister who has powers like her, and they basically have like a fucking biker gang, and they go out causing a ruckus. And that was an episode everyone hated. And it seemed as though they tried to pretend it never existed, because it never came back again. Eleven's sister was never even loosely referenced again, really. But in the final episode here of Volume 1, we see that the thing that was like clogging her ability to use her powers and hurting her and like weakening her was actually the military using her sister as that sonic weapon. I actually really like that idea, because you can't just say that episode in season 2 is not canon. It has to still exist as a part of the overall lore here. And I think this was a good way of doing it. You no longer have to like address anything else about that episode. You now have the most important part of that episode, that character, now in the megamix here in a way that I think does make sense. And now you have another very powerful piece on the chessboard for how they could fight against Vecna. It does make me a little concerned that the final fight between Vecna and the main crew is going to be like a fucking Conjuring movie finale where it's basically just like force pushes back and forth. I would really hate if it, and I hope I'm wrong, but I can see this happening. I would really hate if it ends with Vecna getting into like basically a Dragon Ball Z beam struggle with 11. And then he's like, you can't defeat me alone. And then she's like, I'm not alone. And that's when her sister comes in and adds to the beam. And then that's when Will comes in and adds to the beam. I'm using beam metaphorically because, of course, they're going to be fighting with the invisible force pushes. But then you have all three of the very powerful people all banding together to force push into Vecna, which obliterates him. I would hate that. I would really hate that. And I could maybe see it happening, because now you have 3 people that can all do this. You have 11, you have her sister, now you have Will. But there is a chance that's how they're going to kill Vecna, and that would really suck. That would be so fucking lame. But hopefully I'm wrong. For now, I do like how they brought Eleven's sister into the fold. I think it was well executed, and I'm very curious to see where it goes with that character now. Anyway, I've been yapping about this one for a while, but this is a season 9 years in the making here, and I don't think it was the greatest volume 1. I don't think it was bad. Like, I think there were definitely good moments, but instead of providing like answers, it is still giving you more questions and expanding upon previous questions, and it's just, It's really starting to feel like it's dragging, even though it also feels like it's rushing through certain things. It's just, I don't know, it's just in an odd spot. I'm really hopeful that the next volume, like, I do think this will still, like, it still has the potential for a good ending. So I'm still looking forward to how it wraps up. It's just, I didn't love this first batch of 4. It was fine. That's really about it. So yeah. If you could only see the world through my eyes, you'd be looking most people in their chest. But I'm going to show you a little something that these eyes have seen today. It's a pretty chaotic video with a woman and a man she was with. Could be husband, could be Tinder date, who really knows? Could be a complete stranger who was trying to impress her. No telling. But they were at an event, and she hit the sauce a little bit too hard, had a little overdose on the fun potion, a little bit of glug 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 glug, oh Reggie, and started throwing hands with the staff, and it does not end well with her. This story is not a happily ever after for her life.
Alright, the manager! Alright, he's just fucking harassed! Yeah, he's on this section!
Please leave.
Tell me one more time. Did you touch me?
I did not touch you.
Oh, he's a liar.
So the background here is she's a little too drunk and she's starting to hallucinate. She is now accusing someone of harassing her, which apparently did not happen. The guy's even saying that didn't happen. She's got her phone out to record her POV, so you already know she's fucking delusional. It is crazy, astonishing, just how often people that are making complete fools of themselves, just absolute clowns, will be the ones to take out their phone and start recording it as if they're in the right, thinking people will be on their side. So she's got her own POV. Well, it's not even really her POV because she's holding it like up here. It's probably looking like straight at the ground, but she's just off her gourd right now. According to a bartender that was at the center of this fucking pandemonium, a couple came in at around 9 p.m. and immediately there were concerns raised about how intoxicated they were. The night was quite chaotic. The couple came in, they were requesting dinner service. Initially, the server verbalized to me that she could tell that her table was not only intoxicated, but perhaps on some other substances, and they were giving her quite a rough time and being quite verbally abrasive with her. Then I do believe after that, the server asked for the manager to intervene. So the manager got summoned to the battlefield here. He enters the rift, runs it down mid, basically just saying, get the fuck out of here, takes their cocktails away, asks them to leave. And when he brought the cocktails back to staff, he said they had enough to drink, we shouldn't serve them anymore. And that's what led to this intense spiral you're about to see from that couple. She tries to slap the phone out of someone that was filming her, which is odd because she wasn't exactly shy about filming this herself, but I guess she doesn't like the angle that that stranger was catching her at. I don't really know what the thought process was there. Obviously not a whole lot of thoughts going on in there in the first place. Right now it's just her seeing red and on a rampage. Right now she is just like in Kratos Spartan mode, but she's super drunk, so she's throwing wet noodles instead of knuckle sandwiches. And she gets physical with one of the staff back there, and the boyfriend's trying to, like, separate her from them. And as he is doing that, she then aggroes somebody else there trying to attack them, and they were not playing games. This was not Weenie Hut Jr. anymore, so she actually got hip-tossed. You can see the staff pick her up, well, not fully pick her up, but take her and throw her down straight to the floor, and you hear a big thud. She just got potato sacked. It was almost like a perfect little hip toss there, and she was too drunk to really feel the impact, but I know that shit hurt the next morning. She probably felt like she got hit by 5 different fucking freight trains.
Get
out the way. Get out the way. Let's go. No pooping.
Now the goober she's with is trying to get involved, so he's starting to get physical with the staff. You can see him kind of like loosely shoving them a little bit, kind of bumping and grinding on them more than anything. And eventually they both get dragged out of the establishment. The guy was getting absolutely manhandled. He tried to get physical and then ended up just getting like fucking little broed here to headlock. And then she gets taken out in like a pseudo full Nelson and people are cheering for them getting thrown out. That's how you know you are in the wrong. That's how you know you are a giant asshole, when people are applauding your exit. So they get forced out of the establishment here, but that's not where this is curtains. It doesn't wrap up there. It only escalates because these two are now even more upset and even more combative.
Let go! Let go! Let go! No, let go right now, please. Let go. Yes, please let go. Please let go.
I'm not touching your boy.
Okay, stop.
No, keep on this.
Stop. No.
Hey. There's a lot to unpack here. There's quite a bit to digest. So they have now been forcibly removed from the premises because they were obviously disruptive, violent, aggressive, combative. They're now outside and she grabs a fistful of hair, refusing to let go. She has got it firmly grasped here like SpongeBob. And as she does that, her boyfriend, or whatever goofball she's with there, whatever his relationship is to her, he is now gripping onto her like this, yanking her back as he is getting pulled back by somebody else. So it's almost like that stereotypical scene in a movie where like someone falls and like 5 people grab each other's arms trying to catch them. It is that, except people desperately trying to get these 2 fucking colossal losers to get out of there. And unfortunately, it's still just not enough. She is a force of nature fueled by pure alcohol in her veins. She's still going Insano style, and this time she's breaking free. She's going off the fucking leash here. It's sicko mode now. Because the employee whose hair was being grabbed her phone, saying, "She wraps my hair around her hand and just pulls on it for dear life. It was quite painful," and that she only let go when he took her phone out of her hands and threw the phone to distract her to get her away from the restaurant. Like throwing a bone at a dog that's attacking you. So that's exactly what happens. He threw the phone, and immediately she's like going right after it, so charging back towards them. And so she got tripped, and my God, it's like all the momentum stopped. Not like she was, really breaking any land speed records for her 40-yard dash or anything. She was kind of drunkenly waddling over there, but when she was running and got tripped, it was textbook form, and then she just drops like an anvil. Like a piano being dropped in a cartoon. She just hits the ground so hard instantly and starts calling the wambulance. She starts immediately crying in a Peter Griffin death pose.
Guys. No, stop.
So now that she's been kind of decommissioned here, too many boo-boos for her to continue, she now starts insulting the guy she's with, saying, "Be a fucking man," trying to goad him into getting his ass kicked as well for a biblical smackdown that would have been placed upon his soul. She's just like, "Be a fucking man! Do something!" And you can just kind of see the gears turning in his noodle. You can kind of almost hear his heart breaking, like, oh no, if I don't do something, she's gonna break up with me. But if I do something, I'm going to be broken in half. What a conundrum, no! And then he eventually just decides, fuck it, we'll do it live. So he shoves the guy in the Santa hat, who is much larger than he is. It's a mismatch. He has to know that right there. That's David versus Goliath, but David's a big fucking douchebag here. He has no chance. But he goes for it. Smoke him if you got him, So, no fucking ZD now? So he pushes the guy in the Santa hat, and I swear to God, there might be a longer cut of this, but I bet that guy in the Santa hat could have picked him up like Bane to Batman and broken him over his knee. He had no chance there. But that girl She was whispering the siren song in his ear, and by whispering I mean shouting drunkenly, fucking trying her best to make sure he is also bruised, bloodied, and broken. Now that's where the video ends, but the story just keeps on going. This is the holiday gift that keeps on giving here for everyone that's not her and that guy she was with. So apparently after the dust settled and everything, the San Francisco Police Department took her in. This was a very popular clip, so much so that her employer caught wind of this. Her name is Shireen Afkari, and she worked for a popular fitness tracking app named Strava, where she was a senior manager of growth marketing and retention, and has now been released from the company. They made a statement on Instagram saying, "We are aware of an employee who exhibited extremely concerning off-hours behavior. We don't condone violence of any kind, and this does not reflect the standards we expect of our team. This past Monday, we made the decision to end the individual's employment." No word on anything in regards to the guy she was with. I imagine in the director's cut of this footage, if there's a longer version of it, he probably learned his lesson after he tried to pick that fight with the Santa hat guy at the behest of his sweet milady fedora tip. An unsurprising conclusion there. She really did go pretty hard, but you know, surely it was worth it. I bet that was an unforgettable night out that she can't remember at all. Little too hard on the old eggnog this holiday season, I think, for Miss Shireen there. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Just water.
This is more expensive, but you get more out of that, is what I was saying.
Co-founder and CEO John Gluck.
That can't be real.
Why Kia?
This is $250.
This is $250. I will tell you, the box stinks. This water is dollars.
Oh my god.
Alright, we're gonna talk about all the problems with Stranger Things 5.
We are revisiting an old tier list. Probably close to like 5 to 6 years ago now, right? We did a water bottle tier list.
Yeah, we did that. Was that in the green screen room?
No, that was at my fucking dinner table.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah. Nope. This predates even Chelsea.
This
I think.
predates women.
Yeah, we did this before girls existed.
Crazy.
Before the Lord took one of our ribs and made a woman out of it.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
And yeah, you're welcome, ladies. So now, back then, we did only gas station water bottles that we could find in 15 minutes. This time, we prepped and found every water bottle ever made.
This is all of them.
Yeah, this is all of them out there.
This one also is focusing on a little bit on price, because we got a really expensive one, which you got to watch till the end to see how many thousands of dollars it costs.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're going to see if price plays an impact, and we're just going to try a bunch of waters. It's not every water, because we're missing our favorite Zephyr Hills.
What?
This is more of a price tier list than a water bottle tier list.
We are looking at the rarest water on Earth based on price and seeing which is the best.
Yeah. This one's super rare now because Ashton Hall. You can barely find Saratoga anymore.
We're going to start with Zin water. Save our oceans.
How expensive is that one?
Yep.
So we're looking at
Gotta figure out how it opens.
$1.50 to $2 a bottle. So $2 for a bottle of water. That's kind of expensive with water, right?
It is.
I don't know a normal price. Go ahead, take a sip.
Alright, Zin water.
It's got a nipple top.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a sports.
That's fine. It's just normal water.
You know what I find with all the fancy waters is it all talks about the pH. So this one's alkaline. It's 9.5 pH.
Yep.
All of these, for the most part, say something about their pH levels, which I don't know what's. See, that's 10 pH.
This is 9.5. I think the lower pH, the happier your tummy.
This one's 8.4.
No, wait, no, I don't think so. I think the lower pH, the more acidic it is, right? Isn't that how that works?
Is lower acidic or basic?
I'm pretty sure lower is acidic, because if that's a 10, that's basically acid, is it not?
No.
10 is the top of the scale. Is it not?
No, I think it goes to like 14 or something like that. I think 7 is perfectly.
Yeah, 7 is
neutral. 7
neutral.
is neutral. I'm pretty sure low is acid.
I can't remember. It's been too long. But if you ask me to do electron orbitals for the periodic table, I'll nail that.
A higher pH number is less acidic.
Yeah, it's more basic. What number do you start hitting ouchie levels of acid? Like, I would say like, what, like 4?
What pH
hurts me?
Yeah.
Very acidic is below 4 to 5, and very alkaline is above 9 to 10.
So this is very alkaline.
I'm feeling it.
That's like drinking a Tums.
This says, generally speaking, it starts to get dangerous with strong acids, pH below 2, and some strong bases, pH above 12. So, seems like we're okay.
I think this is a...
How many of these are Nestle, do you think?
Yeah, like...
Probably all of them.
Maybe all of them, yeah.
Alright.
This was fine. Give it like a B.
Alright.
Just normal water. I got no strong
Yeah,
feelings.
I feel like if B is our 7, it's a B. It's just water.
Yeah, that's just normal water.
And the rest are probably not just going to be
I'm
normal.
seeing our future.
This is eternal, naturally alkaline spring water. That's a very cool bottle.
That is a cool bottle. How much is eternal?
This looks fancy.
I know the lore on this one.
Do you?
Yeah.
I didn't know it had
what's
lore.
the
This
lore?
one's the Dollar Tree bottle.
Oh!
Right?
Whoa!
And look at all the other bottles.
Dude,
Yeah.
sitting down Friday night with the boys, bottle of Eternal and a Mama Celeste pizza. You kidding me? Oh man,
That's heaven right there.
That's boys' night if I've ever heard.
Taking a
one.
peek at the new Stranger Things season.
Speaking of our future, it's like how Vecna saw the future and did nothing with it.
Ain't not true.
Are you holding the water in your mouth to like really get a good taste?
It's like wine.
Oh, not really. I was just talking with the water in my mouth. This is good.
It's good. That's good water. Dollar Tree water is good. I think if we call it now, we can say lower price, better water.
Yeah. I like that more than Zen.
That's science.
I give that a B+.
I'm gonna go A.
Oh, going A, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Going A.
I guess
very bold.
we should have had Zephyr Hills as our gold standard.
Well, but you know what that's like.
do
You
know.
can
I
fix that.
remember.
Yeah.
Fiji.
I only buy Fiji and Smart Water when I'm at the airport, and it's like $14.95 every time.
I only buy Smart Water when I'm at the movie theaters, and it's like $8.
You don't buy it at the airport?
Not not often.
I think I like Fiji. I think Fiji's good.
I think Fiji was one of our top 2 on the tier
Yeah,
list.
it is good. That is good water. You get what you pay for.
Fiji
Water.
is so just nothing. Like
Yeah.
Fiji is water.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like you drink something and it's got a little bit of flavor in there.
Yeah.
There's nothing in Fiji. It's straight H2O.
I would imagine if we did the last 3 with blindfolds on, we would have no fucking clue which is which.
Give me a blindfold.
You...
No.
We do the rest of
You don't think there's a difference between that and Eternal?
I would put this at the exact same ranking I would give Eternal, which is good.
I was going to do
Which
the
is a B+.
same, an A, but I thought it tasted like nothing.
No, there's got to be like a really good water in here. It's probably 10.
I have to imagine when we start tasting 10 pH.
Yeah. This is when we get scary.
Yeah.
I got it at Whole Foods and it said it was local.
This is
But
local?
it's
That's
from
local
Boca
water?
Raton, so I don't know how local.
I don't want to drink Florida water.
This is local Florida swamp water?
Huh.
Yeah, that was
Interesting.
Well, Zephyr Hills is also local in that case.
I don't-
Zephyr Hills is in Florida.
I don't think the Zephyr Hills on the water bottle is the same as our Zephyr Hills.
It absolutely
It
is.
definitely is.
100% it is, yeah.
Yeah, so that was $2 as
Huh.
well.
Electrolytes may crystallize in the bottle. Just shake gently and enjoy. pH test strips do not accurately measure pH above 8. Use an electronic meter for true
So
results.
the website is also claiming that it is the only water that is actually at a perfect 10 pH.
Oh, perfect 10 water.
Perfect 10.
Whoa! Their water comes from Crystal Springs. I've
Ew.
swam in that. I've drank my own swim.
In Zephyr Hills?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've swum in it too.
I have. Wait, where? Crystal Springs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I was thinking Ginny Springs.
I've drank myself.
Alright, perfect 10. You're not going to believe it. That tastes identical to water that we've previously consumed.
It feels, I guess, different in my mouth. It doesn't taste any different.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go for mouthfeel. Let me see.
I would say the mouth feels 5% different. I think to your point, if I was blindfolded, I might not be able to tell you that.
I don't know where these electrolytes are hiding, but I'm not finding them. It was fine.
Yep, that's fine.
That was okay. I don't know if I care about it being a perfect 10 pH, to be honest with you. Didn't do much for me.
All right, here's an expensive one.
Yeah, that's Voss water.
Voss. Oh, it's not glass Voss, though. That's
No.
not glass.
But even the glass ones weren't too expensive. The plastic ones, I think I ordered them, so that's why they came out.
That's fair.
But
All right.
that's still $2.50 for the bottle.
We're getting up there.
$2.50 for a bottle of Voss.
That's a big mouth.
That's like liquid gold right
This
there.
one, I'm not going to say anything.
What the fuck is that?
I had to cough when it
F tier. It almost killed him.
Fuck. The second I took a drink, I had a cough.
That was such a visceral reaction to it.
Water's fine.
This one, I think, has more of a taste.
Let me taste. Oh, let me, without coughing, let me try.
I'm going to go B.
This. You said you think it has more of a taste?
When I'm saying more, I'm saying 5%. Like, there's something there.
I don't know, it just tastes like a little flatter, I guess, maybe, you could argue. I don't know.
Do you think the others tasted carbonated?
Not really, I guess it just feels so flat that it's the only thing that
it's like in a
stands
vacuum.
out. Yeah. Give it like another B.
Oh, B.
Whoa.
This is gonna be bad.
Just
I feel
water.
it. I feel it.
You think? Because it's in a...
Yeah. Whenever you have these like quirky things coming in, like it's just a fucking egg or something. It's like, well, I hope so.
Yeah, no, I saw this company that had this like soap.
Just soap.
Just soap.
Yeah, but you don't eat that.
You don't eat it, no. But you're getting what you get. You know, you're just
getting what
getting
you
soap.
get. This has an expiration date.
That's it?
Yeah. Best by May 12th, 2027.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, we got time, but,
Yeah, but
why,
that feels
why has it got an
short
expiration date?
for water.
Maybe because
The cardboard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Box water or whatever. No.
I thought there was another.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty fucking terrible. That's not very good. I don't like that. I feel like I'm tasting the cardboard more than the water.
Yeah, it definitely takes on the taste of the cardboard. It's not bad. I guess you just called it terrible.
Well, when I say terrible, I mean relative
compared
to
the
like
others.
what water you would
I'm
want.
going to put it all the way down in C.
$2.50 a bottle.
$2.50? It's in
$2.50?
cardboard. I have to. This is the problem. It's the same thing with eating healthy. To do good things and have recyclable.
Well, the thing with that too
Well, you
is
can
it's
recycle
cardboard,
plastic.
but it's fucking plastic.
That's what I was going to say. There's plastic on
and
that.
there's still so much plastic on it, so you're not.
What's
really
the
doing
point?
shit.
It's not like a milk.
Also, it's not just water; it's in a container. They're lying.
True.
We got a lot of.
Yeah, this out of all of them, this is the one that I like the least. I feel like I
agree.
tasted a lot of cardboard residue.
I'm going C, and I think I'm already, based on naming, going to like the next one less. This is 9020 Beverly Hills.
90H2O.
90H20.
God, that's quirky.
Yep. This
From
reminds
Beverly
me.
Hills.
Yeah, and it's Drink the World's Finest. TM.
Oh, it's gonna be terrible. How expensive was that one?
This one is $4.50 a bottle.
That's the stupidest
This
thing.
is
That's
the
a
shit
small...
they put on your nightstand in a hotel.
I was gonna say
Horrible quality too, right? Like it's like really. I don't know. I just don't like.
California
the feel of it.
Mountain Spring Water. Yeah,
that is the most
shitty
California shit I've ever
It
seen
is.
and heard.
Smooth, crisp, light. Shut up.
Dummies.
Co-founder and CEO John Gluck.
No.
That can't be
That's a
real.
fake name.
John Gluck.
That's a fake name. Well, hey, okay, hold on, guys. We were a little hasty.
Sorry.
It won the World's Best Water Award, as well as the Best of Beverly Hills Golden Palm Award. So who
votes for
Best
that?
of the Bay type of thing.
Yeah, who is on the council of the World's Best Water Award Committee? I
I
wonder.
guarantee it's John Gluck.
I know. Like, how are we not there? We've done I've done 3 water bottle tier lists. One with you, one with the boys, and now one more with you. Who else is more qualified?
Nobody. There's some numbers and water drops on the back. What do they mean?
The mineral content of the water you drink matters. The finest waters in the world are flowing with natural minerals that your mouth can taste and your body can feel. And then it just gives you the numbers of like potassium, magnesium. Yeah.
Good?
Nope.
Was
I
it
mean,
worth-
it's just water.
Was it worth the Golden Palm Award?
No, it's just normal water. It does gluck when it's coming
It
out,
does.
though. to his credit. Right, can you hear that gluck on camera?
Yeah, really. Can you gluck me a couple times?
Here. I'll gluck you a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's some good gluckage.
I would put that in the Fiji where there's no taste.
Yeah, this is very normal water.
I'm getting something of an aftertaste.
Are you? I'm not. I don't get any sense of minerals that my mouth and body can feel.
Probably just engorged myself on water. Oh. Yeah, I'll go B.
I'll give it a C just because I hate their branding and their price.
You're
paying more for what is fundamentally the same quality water as all the
now
other
I'm
ones.
understanding what this video is, and I'm going to change my ranking to a C.
Yeah,
Price
and
to
I'm going to change it to a
quality
D
ratio.
now. Now it's a D.
It's a race to the bottom. All right, this one has to be expensive.
That one is about $3.50 a bottle.
Okay, this is pH 8.4 Icelandic Glacial, and it says...
We tried
Let
this
me see
one last
the
time.
label. Let me see the label. Whoa.
And it says this one is bottled at the source. Olfus Spring, Iceland.
I think we liked it, if I remember right.
I don't remember. I hope so. There's going to be nothing nasty in this one.
One of the better waters. I don't know if it's worth $3.50. I mean, it's kind of what it boils down to. I don't.
Matt just had the realization that it was just water again, and he was trying to think of anything new to say.
It's all water. the thing to be mindful of.
Did have Molly in it. You should.
The thing to be mindful of is why would you pay the extra amount of money for
When it
this
tastes the
water
same.
when it tastes the same as the cheaper waters like Eternal?
Because the marketing makes you think that it's not just the normal water.
I will say one thing I especially disliked about this before we turned the cameras on is this here. This is how the bottle's supposed to be. It's like a glacier, but this side specifically keeps making me think it's dented, and I keep trying to pop the dent out.
It's one of the better waters based on just being up there with like a Fiji and shit, but I wouldn't pay the extra money.
Eternal's bottle is really cool looking, but it doesn't
It
make you
is.
think it's dented,
It's
right?
like
Yeah,
boobs.
and it's huge.
It is a massive
You
bottle.
get a lot
How
more.
much was it? $1?
$1.25.
For that?
$1.25.
Pull Eternal back out. Now
Yeah,
I
get him
understand
off the
what
bench.
we're talking
Eternal's
about.
coming back out.
That size, that's
Ikea.
This is $2.50.
This is $2.50. This was $1.25. $2.50. This one doubles as a wrist rest for your computer.
It's true.
All right, let's try IKEA.
Waikika from the Hawaiian volcanic from
That was
the Hawaiian
insensitive.
volcanic waters.
All right, $2.50 for a shot of water.
Yeah, those are tiny.
This is another thing they'd put on your fucking nightstand in a hotel room.
This is like a flight water, like a little travel
It's
water.
never
They
enough.
get $9 there.
Yeah, true. Again, that's just that's normal water. But why would you pay $2.50 for so little of it? What are you feeling over there?
It's water.
Yeah, it's just water, huh?
It's filtered through porous volcanic rock. Just don't do whatever they do in Dollar
We should
Tree
try and make our own filtered water.
from a volcano.
No, filter it through like the
Yeah,
rocks.
we should find like a really interesting looking place that has water and just hype it up as like the coolest shit in Tampa. Like naturally harvested from fucking
Local Tampa spring.
I'm trying to think of a park. Looks like a park. From Gaslight Park's fountain.
Yeah, from Hyde Park.
Yeah.
The Mountain Valley Spring. I, hot take, have always hated these aluminum cans.
I'm not a fan. So like,
don't
do
like
you
them.
not like Liquid Death?
I do not.
Yeah, I'm not a huge
I
fan
don't
either.
hate their product. I just don't like these cans. I don't want.
I'm fine with them if they have the screw tops. I don't like how Liquid Death had the actual
Tabs.
tab.
Yep. I want to drink out of plastic. I'm working on some G.I. Joe balls here. I need to keep filling.
All right, this is the original since 1871.
It's the original can too.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe what's in there.
I think the title of this video is your water killing you?
Is
Very
water a
sad.
scam? Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I feel like I almost always only get these at events, like the metal cans at a concert or something.
Yeah, it's social. It's supposed to be social.
It makes you talk more. They heat up so quickly. I feel like your water gets warm so fast. That's always my problem with it.
I agree with that. It definitely feels that way. Yeah.
I don't like that. How much was that?
$2.50.
C.
You get better than that at least, but even still.
Oh, I didn't even rank that one. I said it's water.
Oh yeah, this is an F. fuck that guy.
That one's the
F.
250.
Yeah, C.
Less for
C
more
is
on the
fine.
Waikio one. Sucked.
All right, give me that next one.
Dude, I'm getting full.
You have to actually check and see if they're bottled in the same spot.
Oh, they are very similar. But let me see that
Oh,
one.
this one.
One is Whole Foods brand and one is that one.
No.
Okay.
This one's Arkansas. This one also says can liner not made with bisphenol A, BPA.
That's good. Well, is this one made with bisphenol BPA?
I don't know.
Imagine.
If it doesn't say it's not.
I think we can safely assume this has toxic chemicals in there.
I
since
think
it
so.
doesn't tell
That
me
is
it
not
doesn't.
BPA free.
Nope. Nope.
This one is.
BPA abundant, I would imagine. That's the conclusion I'll draw
Extra
from
BPA.
that.
Whoa.
Oh,
This
wait, do we have a
one-
difference?
This one is so nothing that the others feel like something. But in a good way.
That's because you're missing the
It's in a good
BPA.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, the others were BPA
I was
weighted.
tasting BPA. So it's just, there's nothing there. It's like your mouth reverses.
It's like your mouth reverses is crazy.
You see what I mean?
That is a lot of nothing.
It's
in
like the abyss from Stranger Things.
Yeah, that is a lot. That is really a lot of nothing, huh?
That one shocked me.
Oh, we didn't even tier list that last one, I don't think. Because of all the BPAs that are no doubt in there, probably a D, maybe a C.
I think this video is going to need a stinger showing the last bottle.
You already said C for it.
C?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember giving it something, so I give it a C.
I'm going to go A. They found a way to just make it empty.
How expensive was this one?
That one was $1.80.
Oh, that's much
and
better
it's
value.
cheap.
I'll give it
That's
an
an
A.
A?
I'll give it an A too.
Danny, try that and tell me it doesn't rock your world.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. He's shocked. It's so much
That's
nothing.
pretty like nothing.
It's like if they
I'm with you.
liquefied air.
Yeah.
That's just
No, there's
O.
like no aftertaste. Your mouth forgets it was there.
Yeah. All right, this is open water. It's open source water.
Yeah, this one has a lot going on.
Wait, did that
here.
say salt water? Nope, still water.
This is like a real steel can.
Yeah, real humdinger.
Is it a real steel?
Real steel.
Not really.
No.
This also feels like plain water, where it's a brand that doesn't actually exist except for on Delta Airlines.
Bye bye plastic. All right. Goodbye. Oh,
That would
heard that. Oh wait, that's like actually like a really shit one. I don't like that one at all. It has a taste.
and not a good one. This is weird. This kind of has it. You know the rubber on the inside of caps? It's a lot of times like a white rubber little coating. It kind of tastes like that.
It tastes like,
which I have licked a lot of those.
it tastes skunky, is what it tastes
Let
like.
me have another sip. It's like
No,
I'm not
like
going
like a beer skunk.
I'm not
Yeah.
going straight to F. I think what's happening is we just drank liquefied nothing,
That's true.
and
yeah.
now there's something.
Maybe that's, I forgot what that's like. Legitimately, to me, that tastes like when you finish like a Miller Lite and you get like the piss at the very bottom.
I was going to equate it to.
Actually, taste that one, Danny. Since you just
I mean the
finished something.
champagne of beer.
It's the Anheuser-Busch runoff water.
I was going to compare it to like an Aquafina.
Yeah.
Where there's something.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. You guys are overreacting, but there is
No, I
like
think it's like
something
it's
there.
a C or D.
You
for
would
me.
too if you had all this great water and then you
Yeah,
got this.
true.
I would
yeah.
say out of this lineup by
Yeah.
far the worst.
I think this is by far the worst.
I don't have the immediate yuck reaction.
It's not as bad as like Aquafina or Dasani.
No,
for me.
I
Like,
would-
It's not that strong.
Yeah, but out of our lineup of expensive ones, this is like the Aquafina.
Yeah.
Women of refined
It's an F.
taste.
Yeah, I don't like that. How expensive was that one?
$2.50.
Yeah, overpriced as well.
How much is this glass Evian?
$6.50.
And you can't take it with you because it'll shatter.
True. And it's shaped like a bowling pin.
Evian is my go-to airplane water, if they have it. But not in the glass bottle. Not in the glass bottle.
Yeah, it's weird. They always
have like the
let you
little
on
ones.
there with
Yeah,
those.
it is cheaper in a plastic bottle.
I like glass bottles. Things taste good.
Because you like the nicer things in life.
Yeah, the glass things in life.
I've had a lot of Evian. Evian's good. It is a little more expensive than like Zephyr Hills, right? By a few cents, I would bet.
Probably.
Yeah. Evian's good. A.
Zephyr Hills is my hurricane water.
Oh yeah, most of my water bottles in my garage are when a hurricane's coming through. I'm like, I'll pick up one more pack. And I'm like, I have 4,200 water bottles. Fugi. Fugi. That looks like a fight brand.
Yeah, Fugi.
Is our Saratoga is not as expensive. That one is our second most expensive one at
Let's go to Saratoga first.
Was $3.50 actually, so it was kind of in the middle. But these last two are
That's a lot for
this is $3.50.
Yeah.
That feels like a good deal.
You get more for half the price of the glass Evian.
No wonder Ashton washes his face with it.
Because of that video, because of that Ashton guy, Saratoga's water prices dropped a little bit, so they could.
I'll tell you what, it's worse.
Is it?
Sorry, I
Is
don't
it
mean to
actually
spoil
worse?
it for you. Evian is better than Saratoga in terms of taste. Am I on the crack pipe?
I feel like they taste pretty similar. I mean, I just like Evian, so I'm a little partial to it, but
this one's really hard because it's a blank canvas, so when somebody paints an opinion on it, you're like, I can feel that.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels like very close, and for half the price, I feel like it's probably more value.
I do like the blue bottle.
It's got to be more empty. It's got to be more empty. Mr. Gluck is back.
I'd probably give that like an A as well. It's good.
It really, I didn't expect. Let me see the Evian real quick. This is 28 fluid ounces. How many is in the Evian? It's at $3 more. It's not worth $3 more.
Am I missing it? Am I stupid? I don't see it.
It's at the front.
Oh, I thought it'd be on the back.
78 millimeters. 75 CLs, which would be 750 mLs, which this is 828 mLs. Wait, so this is more for less.
We established that.
Wait, did we? I thought this was more.
No, this is more expensive, but you get more out of that, is what I was saying.
Oh, I wasn't listening. We're gonna move on to Fugi.
How much water is in that one, Matt?
1,000 milliliters.
Oh.
It's more for
$9 a bottle.
$9.
There's got to be a reason why people would buy this.
Oh. The price jump to the next one is just insane. Turns out, even the expensive water is not that expensive.
That tastes like pool water. Actually tastes like pool water.
But it tastes like Italian pool water.
I gotta clear my mind of your thoughts before I dig into Fugi.
That is literally what it would taste like when I'd go to little swimming parties and I'd accidentally drink the fucking water. It tastes actually like pool water.
To me, it tastes like hose water.
Oh, interesting.
I have very distinct memories as a kid of do you remember those black plastic skate ramps? I would flip them over, I'd sit in it, fill it with some water from a hose, and I'd sit there with the hose and just fucking chill and drink out of it.
I used to drink out of it.
That explains so much.
They were like, please stop doing that. I'm like, nah.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I used to drink out of the hose a lot when I was a kid, too.
Not in a skate ramp, though?
No, not in a skate ramp.
Shit. Been looking for my soulmate. But yeah, I really get hose water from that.
I don't know. I think I'm just still too stuck on pool water. But this is like
maybe the pool you swam in was filled with a hose.
I mean, it was. But like, yeah, try that, Danny. That like actually does taste like actual something, and I don't hate it.
Movie magic was crazy there.
I do get it immediately. It's got like the untreated, like I probably shouldn't really be drinking this kind of taste to it.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get misconstrued, Fugi. Like, I'm not trying to say you guys are like chlorinating it or anything. Like, it doesn't taste chemically. It just reminds me of that sensation of drinking pool water because it has like a stronger taste to it. Hose is probably more like accurate, I would say. Yeah, this one, like, I don't even know. It does feel like dirty.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go F because it's expensive and tastes like it's out of a hose.
Yeah, that's very nice, Fugi, to be giving us hose water, though.
All right, I just saw the price of this water. That shit's crazy.
Yeah.
This water is $2,700.
Oh my god!
The next closest was $950.
Okay, but I want to like. This is supposed to be a custom water bottle. Their customer service is fucking god awful, and I requested a little thing like certain colors. They ignored my phone calls, left me weird ass voicemails, ignored my emails, and then like 2 days before they shipped it, they're like, "We didn't hear from you, so we just went with whatever color." Like blue color.
That's great for $2,700.
I'm like, okay, what's actually in this box? It could be a separate head. I don't know. It could have gotten scammed.
I will tell you, the box stinks.
Imagine.
The box is stinky.
The 10,000, is that the name of this water?
It's the name of the bottle.
Okay.
And I don't know the story of the water or where the water comes from.
Probably comes from one of these.
Oh,
water
also,
bottles.
also, by the way, in this receipt, it even says special instructions. I'd like the colors to be blue and black. Do you all do logos too?
Yeah,
He ignored it.
In another email, I gave it the specific text codes, everything.
I think we could get our money back for this because they ignored you and sent us proof that they ignored you. How fucking stupid can you be?
2,700 clams.
Nuts.
That's... I can't even imagine how you could get away with that.
Also, this is oddly how you would wrap a dinosaur egg.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, like a body part.
Thank you. Oh my god!
Holy shit!
They really didn't want this to break. Alright, they did give you your request.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I see it.
This is a wine
Oh,
bottle.
this was the one I had with the boys. They
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just rhinestone it. They said it was only like $1,000. The prices must have gone up.
10,000. This is
No, you got the better version.
Oh, okay.
This is 10,000 Swarovski.
Oh, it's
crystal.
bling?
I can't say that.
There's no way this is Swarovski crystal.
It's not. It can't be.
That's fucking infomercial bedazzled.
Is that a Saratoga water bottle?
Oh, yeah, slightly different.
Little
slightly
different.
So it says bling. You can see it's basically like a wine bottle. Here, do you wanna get that plastic
Do you
off?
think if we pulled off the stones, what do you think? Do you think they just reused a bottle from somewhere? Could we figure out what it
They
was?
must, right? Oh, they did the top in black. They listened to you.
Good. Thanks, guys.
I'm gonna say it. This is pretty sloppy. There's just glue coming through all the stones.
Yeah, well, that's so. What when I did this with the boys, I didn't know this was going to be the water here. I guess this really is like just the most expensive fucking water on the planet for no reason. When I did it with the boys, they broke the bottle. It is
From New Jersey is where they get the water.
Oh, that's cool. That's probably really good. So like, it is actually just a layer of glue, and they just stick the shit on it, and that's it.
Which like. I don't know how I want them to do it. I just want it to be something else.
Well, I just don't want them to do it. Like, it just
I'd
shouldn't
actually like
exist.
them to stop.
Is there a single practical consumer base for this product that isn't exactly what you're doing right now?
Do you think
to
they've
put it on
sold-
the internet?
Have they sold more than the 2 that you've consumed?
I just can't imagine.
Charlie's
That'd be crazy.
100% of their customer base.
That would actually be nuts. So they're sitting there being like, somebody else fucking bought one. This is great. And they're like, it's the same fucking guy. I can't even imagine like a Hollywood celebrity being like, I'm going to get 10 of these for my party. Because why? Why would you buy fancy
So
wine?
you said there's different levels?
No, it's like, so that's the 10,000, and then they have their. Right now, their website changed a little bit. So
And I'm
they're
assuming
about
the 10,000 is because they're claiming there's 10,000 of
Is
these.
what they're claiming. So they have that, or they have their limited edition.
The 5. You can get 5 crystals.
And it's a mixed flavor 6-pack for $17.98.
$17.98. They have a $17 item and a $27.
For 6 of them.
All right, do we dig
All right,
in?
yeah, you gotta
All right.
see if it changes your life.
Oh, it's a cork. Okay, you get that. I'm gonna hurt myself.
Oh.
Here, smell your selection, sir.
Ah, yum. That's so silly. Oh man, and it actually is like, I know I already hate it just off rip, but it actually just doesn't taste good. That was the conclusion last time
Hands
too.
down, the worst water we've had today by like it's not even a competition. And
You
Dana,
guys
to
just
make
don't
sure
have
we're not
refined water
to make sure
palates.
we're not making that up, that is shit quality water compared to the rest.
I don't know if I hate it as much as the stinky one. but it is just, it's on that level.
It definitely has like flavor
Yeah.
to it that some of the other ones don't have.
Well, I forgot we had hose water, but as you remember, I love hose water.
It's so silly. It's so silly.
This is insane. Yeah, that's just a clear glass bottle
that they glue stones on.
And it's just a layer of glue.
You think that they just roll it?
Probably.
Oh yeah.
Like, are they all
Well, they're in really good lines, so I do believe them that it's hand.
You think so?
I just can't imagine you get those lines on there by just rolling.
Maybe. You're probably right.
Like, they're pretty tucked in.
That's
Well, you get what you pay for.
Yep, $2,700.
Somebody just spent a day bedazzling for $2,700.
That's a good return.
Well, and they had to buy the glass bottle and fill it up with the water that they found out of their hose in New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean that is just not good tasting water. Do you guys want to come take a swig before it evaporates? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll save this. I'm sure we can get another video out of a $2,700.
Yeah, it's really cool and important.
That tastes like water. It's kind of sticky on my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, that's the
extra, glue.
Extra minerals.
Remnants getting on me.
Wow. So.
All right, rank. You got to put it on the tier list.
F. It's stupid. It's so stupid.
If you were contemplating buying a Bling 10,000 water bottle for $2,700, don't do it.
You can get a lifetime supply of Eternal for that price.
True.
There's so many things you could do with that amount of money. Like really a lot of things.
Yeah, there's quite a lot.
Like you could go see the world.
It's true.
Or you could buy that water bottle.
You could go see the world. You could go see where they make this in New Jersey.
I'm gonna look up reviews on that. I mean, I am curious what customer buys this that's not just there to shit on it. These are some cool reviews. So Chomp B, verified reviewer in 2018, says, exquisite, 5 stars. I have loved water that in bottle. Drink yum, come back, buy more. XO.
Yeah.
That made sense, yeah.
On their website, it's a verified reviewer. Like, they're like, yep, this guy's good.
This guy's real.
Yeah, it's not this one.
Well, there's also Joseph F in 2018, 5 stars. Quintessential. This bottle of water was perfect for my private yacht excursion in the Mediterranean. The price is almost too minimal for water that tastes this
That's
magnificent.
gotta be a joke.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah, that's
All
gotta
of
be a
these
joke.
have to be jokes.
It grinds your fingers.
It does. It doesn't feel good. It's not pragmatic.
It tastes like faucet water.
Yeah, it does just taste like tap water.
This is
You can still, like,
this?
the glue is all
It's
over
all
this.
of it. It's not good.
This is an Etsy shop that took off.
It is very
This is
Etsy.
an Etsy shop that hit the big time.
Damn.
Yeah.
It tastes like pool water if they took the chlorine out. They were like, now it's safe to drink.
Oh, if you want, if you want that sensation, Aaron, you've got to try this water. Actually,
Yeah. That's
Oh,
the
is it
actual
glass?
hose water.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be good.
It's from Italy.
That-
It's an Italian hose water.
That's the second most expensive bottle.
yeah, those eyes shot open.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
It is just hose water.
It's like they emptied out an onsen and just put the water in a bottle. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was the wackiest one for sure.
He keeps naming more places you fill things up with hoses.
Yeah.
These reviews just can't be real, yet for some reason they're verified reviewers on the fucking website. I don't know who goes through and does that.
Well, typically, like, we would be a verified one because we're locked into the shop as purchasers, but I think there's a difference between a verified reviewer and a verified purchaser. If we can pick verified reviewers, Jigi's about to change.
What an interesting company.
Yeah. Calling it a company is a stretch. I'll be
Yeah,
honest
what an
with you.
interesting...
I'll have you know they just made $2,700.
That is true.
That's true. Their books are flying for this year. What a start to their... Well, no, I guess we got it last year.
yeah.
Oh, whoa. There's an article from 2013 on this. What the fuck? It says, don't guzzle that water. It costs $2,600.
You should make that the name of your video.
Don't guzzle this water.
So yeah, definitely F.
Super
Huge,
F,
huge
for sure,
super F. Cool.
That was cool. Thanks, Chelsea, for finding that.
Yeah, appreciate it. And next time, we're going to eat a bunch of Oreos.
The most expensive Oreos in the world.
Oh, I bet you they'd bedazzle an Oreo
They'd
for
bedazzle
us.
an Oreo. Swarovski edible crystals.
Delicious. Hey, thanks, guys. Stay hydrated.
I'm making fun of the Starbucks CEO because he recently defended the absurd price tag, the $9 cup of joe, and then talked about how customers are willing to shell out that premium because it's a great experience. It's all about a great seat and making a great connection with your barista. Basically, you're going to fall in love with your barista and it's worth every goddamn penny. Now, the reason why I've just given you that like AI synopsis right there on what this video is going to be about is because I don't know how much of the actual interview I can use here because it's the Wall Street Journal, and historically the Wall Street Journal is like a fucking cartel when it comes to anything that it produces. Or even if I've shown you like a clip from something in the Wall Street Journal, I've gotten in trouble in the past for it. Even if it's like a 5 or 10 second clip, they've come at me looking for fucking scalp. They'd be plucking my teeth out of my mouth until I apologized. Like, I do not fuck with the Wall Street Journal. Like, they've done great reporting, I get that, but any time that I've tried to opine on something that's been broken by the Wall Street Journal, I am very prohibited in what I'm allowed to show you, so instead we're going to be looking at, like, a transcript, and maybe I'll jump scare you with, like, split seconds of this CEO talking in the interview and see how that goes. So yesterday, the Starbucks CEO, Brian Buttfuck My Wallet, went on to defend the company's $9 cup of coffee, insisting that the price reflects a premium experience offered to customers. He also was recently granted access to the company jet for personal travel, which is a nice little tiddlywink of information I didn't know about, so thanks to the article here for enlightening me on that, because he definitely deserves it. Brian needs to be traveling luxuriously, and he's doing the Lord's work out there. He's delivering mediocre coffee to every sucker out there willing to fork over all the clams for it. He also said that customers across all income levels are willing and happy to shell out big money for a chance to interact with baristas or score a great seat inside the chain. This article is kind of underselling how he portrays that. If I could show you more of the video, I would. But I'm going to drop that little bit and hope that it's okay. I mean, it's going to be less than 3 seconds. I feel like there's no fucking argument Wall Street Journal could make to take down this video, but I guess we'll see. I think it's important you hear it right from his lips.
That value is to be able to have a great seat, have a great moment of connection with a barista.
Son of a bitch, I tried everything, but I couldn't get it to 3 seconds. It's 4.5, but it's under 5, so I should be safe. I should be protected. I don't think they can roll up with the goddamn Pinkertons for me showing 4 seconds here at the very end of the interview. At least of this segment of the interview. So he's talking about the value you get, about the great seat, which I will slam my fist on the desk and shout, objection. What great seat. It's fucking Starbucks. It's like the most sterile, generic environment you can ever find yourself in. You sit down in a swamp-ass throne and you maybe tinker away on your laptop or something while drinking some mid-ass coffee. What great seat are you talking about here, Brian? And I can't make a lot of promises to you about what you'll encounter in your life, but I can make one promise that I know 100% with certainty will never happen, and that's you forming a special connection with your barista over going to Starbucks and getting yourself a coffee. That doesn't happen. I don't know what he's talking about. Do they have like intimacy coordinators on staff at Starbucks where they try and like get the baristas excited to maybe fall in love with a customer or something after serving a pumpkin spice latte? I doubt it. They are workers looking to just do their job and go about their day. Not be bothered, not be harassed, and not have this expectation that a customer is going to come in there and form some kind of special connection because the CEO said so. That doesn't happen. It will never happen. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy must have just fucking did some ayahuasca or something. This is some baloney. And also, Brian looks AI generated. I know that is low-hanging fruit as a critique, but literally this guy looks AI generated. He has like that blurry-ass zoom background there, and he himself pops like a Pixar character. This shit doesn't look real. Brian looks like a fake human being. Anyway, out of fear, I'm not going to show you any more from the actual interview, but Brian does go on to drop some premium nuggets. What we're seeing is people, you know, they want to have a special experience, and regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is really affordable premium experience because they're saying like, well, it's less than $10 and I get a really premium experience. I don't know what dimension this guy lives in, but it's so detached from reality. Out of touch doesn't even begin to encompass this. This is just like actual mental illness. This is delusional. He needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be medicated. What is Goober even yapping about? What premium experience? Every Starbucks is exactly the same. They're copy and paste. It's a place where joy goes to die. I wonder if you can tell that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks. I wonder if that's coming through loud and clear. I have never had a positive experience at one. The food is at best. I'm not a coffee drinker already, so they have nothing to offer me, and every time I've tried coffee from there, it's even worse than other coffees I've tried elsewhere. There's nothing premium about it. That's like saying that the shitter at the AMC movie theater is premium because you're comparing it to a gas station toilet at the local Shell. Like, it's still trash, man. Like, there's nothing premium about it. It is like the most by the numbers, formulaic, nothing new establishment you could ever venture into for your coffee and overpay for. You're paying $9 for a normal experience of just going and getting some mediocre beverage. There's nothing special about it, and there is certainly nothing that Starbucks does to make it worthwhile for $9. That is just expensive. I don't know who he is citing when he's saying, and then people look at it like, well, this is really affordable for a premium experience because it's less than $10. Nobody says that. No, not even an NPC that you programmed would say that. Because it's not. There's no premium experience, and there's nothing affordable about it. It's expensive. And also, it speaks volumes that he can't even justify the $9 price tag on the merit of the beverage itself. Instead, he is relying on these ancillary things like, $9 may feel like splurging, but we have to consider the entire experience of going into the Starbucks. That's what's most important, the ambiance. That's what makes it worth it, the premium experience. He can't even just say with his whole chest that our drinks are so good and so high quality that they warrant a $9 price tag. You're paying for the highest quality coffee on the planet. Because that's not what you're paying for. You're just overpaying for mid-shit. And he knows that. And he knows he wouldn't be able to get away with saying that. So instead he's relying on these like X-Factor things of a connection with the barista. A great seat. And of course, the premium Starbucks experience of being lucky enough to come inside of a Starbucks. It's a privilege, and you should feel honored every time you walk through those doors. That's what warrants the $9 price tag, not our shit-ass coffee. Anyway, the interview continues. Brian keeps putting his asshole in his mouth. He's talking about how Starbucks is actually doing very well, hasn't been impacted, and then even bragged about how the coffee chain is doing really well with younger generations. Hey Brian, you know what else is doing really well with younger generations? Fucking tongue sahur. Scalping Nidos, fighting each other over Pokemon cards at Walmart and Target. That statement is a nothing burger to me. In my eyes, it is a full-blown, venti, vaporwave, nothingness. Starbucks hasn't done anything to improve the quality of its products or improve its brand or anything at all, so I don't think it being successful with the younger generations is a testament to it doing things right. It's a testament to it just being there and existing. And the younger generation has clearly heard of it before, so they're willing to consume the product. That's it. I don't think he's hit some kind of home run here in recent Starbucks changes, because from everything I've seen, there haven't been any. It's just the same old Starbucks, but now just even more expensive than I ever thought possible for its shit. This fucking guy is so cringe. We're doing really well with Gen Z and millennials, and then really had strong performances across all income cohorts. It can start with as little as $3 for a traditional cup of coffee. And then obviously you can build your way into all sorts of customized drinks that people love and that move that ticket up. The way we're going to play the value game is you're gonna feel like it was worth it. Who walks away from Starbucks saying, holy shit, all that money I wasted was worth it? That was a premium experience. Who does that? What kind of actual loser has that kind of parting thoughts? Like, man, $9 down the tubes, but what a fucking experience. Oh my God, I think the barista might want to have sex with me. I think the barista wants to marry me. It just doesn't happen. There's no premium experience. He insists customers value the experience over discounts or flashy one-off promotions. Oh, that's what everyone says. I don't want to save money. I want to make sure when I go to Starbucks, everything is exactly the same and there's a chance of a connection with the barista. Please, don't help me save money with discounts or anything. I want to waste maximum amounts of money here at the same fucking Starbucks as always. Yeehaw. I'm sure, Brian. I'm sure. Anyway, I won't blabber on more about this guy. Just another painfully out-of-touch CEO I had to clown on. That's really about it. So, yep. It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter after learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products. It appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop. All designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe. However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real, and it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year. Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell, the most emotional sense we have. At some point, we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen, what it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? I don't know how common it is to really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. I would hate to be playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's a bad idea. I'm sure there is a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 cents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the fourth dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. Like, I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dog. Like, I don't need to sniff it, really. Like, I'm happy just experiencing it without the fourth dimension being there. Like, it's not like it unlocks the ability to, you know, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the scent bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10 scent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you'd rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. Or energy drink, if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the scents are stored, your 10 scents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the scents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mention that you can, of course, swap out the pods but keep it labeled the same so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has like a million scents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's like super realistic. So if you get tear gassed in the game, you get tear gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you like expand upon this idea as like a torture device almost. But I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are like really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in like an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to like really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there, because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big, maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like, hours of game time? I don't know. I just... Unless it's, like, really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their, like, booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like, I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes scent enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive scent into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster, though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready, PU, stinky inbound. That's gonna be quite a bright future. I don't know. Again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya. Seen the body cam have you seen the body cam of a driver who filmed himself violating a school's crosswalk and the police broke open his window to arrest him? Can't say I did. Crosswalk Violator Arrest. What a crazy title.
Shut up! There was no one crossing.
Being that it's School Resource Officer Appreciation Week, I want to thank these deputies for keeping our schools and our children safe, especially on the crosswalks. On February 10th, around 2 p.m. dismissal for a middle school, school surveillance captures a driver disregarding the crossing guard's commands to wait for students to pass, and he decides he'll drive through the crosswalk while the crossing guard is still standing there and students were attempting to cross.
Why? Man, must have really been in a rush to get home.
Here is the suspect's angle of the incident.
They posted it themselves and got 1 like. Wait, why would they do that? What?
Went. Shut up!
What?
There was no one crossing. Video.
What a maniac.
You tried stepping in the way of my car? Dumbass.
On February 11th,
That voice is... That is a very interesting voice. It sounds like the Canker sisters from Ed, Edd and Eddy.
the deputies review the surveillance and establish probable cause for the male driver for reckless driving and driving while license was suspended. They located the vehicle and attempted to contact him for an arrest.
You're being audio and video recorded, and you're under arrest.
For what?
Step out of the vehicle, and I'll explain it to you.
For what?
Step out of the vehicle, and I'll explain it to you.
Tell me your cause.
Reckless driving and 2 counts of driving suspended. Step out.
Oh, Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
It is how that works.
I did not reckless drive. I have it on video.
Okay, I need you to
You
step
do
out.
have it on video. That was very convenient,
I don't need
actually.
to get my supervisor.
Made it
Just
much
step out of the
easier.
vehicle.
No probable cause.
If you do not unlock the car
You are
and step out of the vehicle,
You are acting based on a false report.
if you do not unlock the car and step out
Oh,
of the
he's also... Oh, shit.
driving and
I wanted to put my mouse over there. He's also filming as well. Getting multiple angles.
and step out of the vehicle, I will break your window, okay?
You will break my window.
Yes.
And what is your cause?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Reckless driving and 2 counts of driving suspended. You are currently
That is
driving
not
suspended.
cause.
I watched you drive into the parking lot. You're driving
That is
suspended.
harassment.
That is not harassment.
It is actually.
Okay.
By
I'm going to give
legal
you one more
definition.
opportunity to comply with this, and then I'm going to break your window.
All right, let me call my wife.
Step out of the vehicle, and I will let you drive. Call your wife.
You let me drive. Call my.
I will let you call your wife.
Can you tell me the probable cause?
I just told you the probable cause.
What is happening? What the fuck? I don't... I still can't believe that he posted the video himself from his dash cam. That's nuts. Very cool. I mean, it is very clear, like, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room that it's some kind of misunderstanding or unjust. I'm gonna blue boss like that. Well, it's just annoying. I don't know. It's just very annoying. When it gets to like the Reddit arguments, it just starts to make my skin crawl. But whatever. Here.
Lock the car, and we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to
step out of the car?
I'm glad I came back. That was wow. What a rip. That was primal.
And we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to
step out of the car?
Oh, you're gonna be paying for that.
Okay.
Bro, how do I step out of the car if
Unlock
you're
the
through
car.
window? You're gonna be paying for that. Stop trying to bitch.
Step out of the car.
Hands behind your back. You don't need to be so forceful.
Just comply. Yeah.
How am I not? I got out of the car. I stopped my recording. You know what? Do you know what Raz is? You have to tell
What
me
is
what
Raz?
gives you the cause. So what act gives you the cause?
1 minute.
I can show you on my phone video footage that proves that that is a false report. Oh, I.
Okay.
Well, come on. Where's your lights? Can I see that you're?
There's no way that's a fedora. There's no way that's a... Oh my god, there's no way. It can't be. No, maybe a bowler's hat. There's no way. No. No, it shan't. It couldn't be. No. No. This must be planted. No way.
I told you that.
Oh, you guys got a lawsuit on your hands. These guys have been harassing me since day 1 of school.
Have a seat.
I have a video.
You got anything on you that's going to stick or poke me?
No.
Officer cut himself on the glass.
That they made a false.
We know it can be frustrating to wait for crossing students, but we also want to know our kids are going to come home safe.
Is it frustrating? Like waiting 10 seconds for people using the crosswalk? Is it that frustrating? I don't really think it is. You don't have to like even pretend. This guy is just fucking unreasonable. He was there for like actually like 10 seconds. He had to get back to his post. True, you're right. In the time that he was there waiting at the car rider circle, he was missing valuable Discord moderation time. It was lawless. You're right. No, it was an emergency, or it was urgent. He should have a siren. You're so right. Get the fuck out of the way, kids! It's an emergency! Jesus Christ! Can't you see someone posted something unauthorized on my Reddit account? Oh God! Move! There were memes in general. Son of a bitch! I'm ramping it off the tow truck. I gotta get home. No! That hat told me all I needed to know. I still genuinely can't believe that. I would say that this is a skit if it wasn't for, like, the very clear evidence of it actually just being real. Like, this is just, there's just, it's a caricature. It's unfucking believable, man. Yeah, the window break was crazy. That window break was crazy. I don't know how hard it is to break a window like that. Maybe he had, like, really good leverage. But that was still fucking nuts.
Unlock the car and we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to
step out of the car?
Will you please just take a look at my video? It's open, so it's extremely easy to break. Is it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I've seen too much of the tug on the window tactic. Because it's stupid as fuck. He cut his hands. True. It actually is like a pretty stupid tactic, to be honest. He did give himself a boo-boo. But man, if that didn't make a point. If that wasn't an exclamation mark on this, I don't know what is. The aura was off the charts. Time for a new video. Me and the boys destroy a car with our hands. Actually kind of a great idea. We still have that old junk car at the farm. Maybe I'll roll down a window and fucking tug on it with some gloves and see if I can get it. See how easy it is. I've been doing one of these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do an annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every like 4 minutes, so there wasn't really like a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, like maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered like 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going? A fitness journey. And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe go fuck yourself. But a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, like where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been like the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength, and especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So like push-ups, for example. If you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for like a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. Like, it may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine, or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend, or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for like a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling, because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in just workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here is saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? When you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying a program and, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things. And those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with like a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. Like, it does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject. But hopefully this Yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Wow. The world looks so different today. The colors don't even seem the same. It feels like this morning I woke up in an alternate dimension. One separate from the dimension I inhabited yesterday. The new research that was published changed everything. We've been lied to our whole lives. And I know you've probably already seen it. I imagine some of you took the day off of work just to process it. They found the male G-spot. And I didn't even know it was lost, like the city of Atlantis. I thought we had already pinpointed that sucker down eons ago. I remember for as long as I've had holes, I was told that the G-spot was buried deep in my ass. And that's where it stayed. But apparently, that was all a lie. That was a guess that wasn't ever fully confirmed. And now, they've published new research saying definitively, we have found the male G-spot. And it's not in that cavernous hole. You see the new male G-spot meta? I did. It's out of reach though. My loadout isn't equipped for the new meta for G-spot. It's apparently a place on your foreskin, not in your butthole. Male G-spot revealed, and if you guessed it's in the butt, you're wrong. Intensely pleasurable. Also, no one's guessing it's in the butt. That's what we were told for years. It was supposedly confirmed to be in the asshole. Not like people just randomly made that up. But now new evidence, I guess, throws that theory in the trash. After years of searching, I like that. Like it's the fountain of youth. After years of searching, scientists in Spain have finally found the male G-spot, discovering this so-called erogenous zone is far from where they suspected. They detailed their findings in a stimulating study published in the journal Andology. Where's the so-called on switch, defined by its capacity to induce intense orgasms upon stimulation, in an obscure region called the frenular delta, a triangular zone located on the underside of the penis where the head meets the shaft, an area so mysterious it has long been omitted from sexual health textbooks. Oh my god, they discovered a new area of my cock? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a foreskin spot. Years of searching, it's not like they're going to the Amazon rainforest. Just touch your dick or ass, bro. That's very true. Yeah. It's not like it was some kind of crazy expeditious journey to find it. Like, you can study the shit out of your wiener and butt. According to this study conducted by scientists at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, this region is richly innervated by partially overlapping perineal related to the region connecting the genitals and anus, and dorsal, aft-facing nerve branches with heightened concentrations of nerve bundles and pleasure receptors. In layman's person terms, the frenular delta makes for intensely pleasurable and highly specialized sensations, according to the paper. By finding this penile pleasure panel, scientists have closed the book on a region that has eluded scientists for years, like sexplorers finding a phallic northwest passage. For decades, scientists have seen the prostate as the trigger for male orgasms, but had neglected to identify it on the proverbial pleasure map until now. That's good news. We're finally here. We've arrived. The apex of society. It kept hiding from us. Sex 2 is finally upon us. That's right. That's right. You can kick and you can scream, but it'll come all the same. We have discovered the male G-spot. And it's right where I said it was from the very beginning. I've been saying for years that the dark side of the moon on the penis it's highly unexplored. No one ever checks underneath. Do we flick it or something? You do whatever you want with it. You slap it, you fucking fart on it. I don't know, man. But I think you need to have your foreskin for it. Can I sue the doctor that took my G-spot? I know. A question on everyone's mind now after this stunning revelation. The G-spot Krampus that stole all our foreskin, hogging the G-spots to himself. It's a game changer, not gonna lie, feels so good. Okay, I can only speak as a circumcised man, but I feel like there's no way uncircumcised dudes didn't know that, right? Like, I feel like just through trial and error and experimenting, you would have found that, oh, this spot feels cool. Wow, this feels so good over here, right? Like, there's no way someone who's uncircumcised read this and they're like, holy fuck, I never thought to touch under my wiener. I'm only ever on top doing this, like a DJ. Like, I feel like this isn't new information for, like, the majority of people. It's just now it's being officially labeled as the male G-spot. That guy's the only hooded homie left alive. Yeah, we have to preserve him. Put him in a bubble. We must study him. Ask him questions. The only man with a hot dog and a bun still around. So does that mean the spot in your ass was just LARPing as the G-spot? I feel like it must have been like maybe a placebo thing or something. I don't know, I never tried getting up in there and seeing what that felt like. But I feel like just because of all of the propaganda, like all of the articles written about it, a lot of people probably convinced themselves that this is euphoria, this is the good stuff. Meanwhile, they're just fiddling around in their butt. It doesn't do anything. The other channel video, which one of the boys can find their G-spot first, doing everything behind a curtain so you can only see the shadows. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the notes. So you're saying I've been sticking my finger up my ass for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. You're becoming more familiar with your body. Knowledge is power and all that. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was moot. You probably got some experience out of it. Mapping it like you're splunking. Exactly. Exactly right. He gets it. I once stuck my finger in my anus to get the poop out, but it felt kind of good. What's your plan, man? How would you get the poop out by sticking a finger up there? All you're doing is just plugging it further up. What the hell? What? How is that? What kind of strategy is that? It's not like a lawnmower with like a ripcord or anything. Like all you're doing is just poking it. Fish hooking, I guess. Oh, I guess. Yeah, you could be fish hooking. Turning my asshole into an arcade claw game. Nurses do it for chronic constipation. Well, I don't think they just... Well, I don't know, maybe they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they just go like one finger up and just start jamming it up there or something like Naruto 10,000 Years of Pain. Like, I imagine there's probably a methodology to it. They just slap the cheeks around, probably. Can you imagine if that was the actual, like, medicinal strategy? I see you've got some impacted feces here. All right, bend over. Just on, like, bongos on their ass. It's shockwave treatment. They do it for kidney stones. You don't need foreskin, it's above the foreskin. I don't know if this article covers it, but I was reading that in order to, like, actually optimize male G-spot, you need foreskin. Let's see. Maybe I've been lied to. Maybe they're still trying to keep it under wraps. Doesn't say here. Let me just Google it. Let's see. Male G-spot foreskin required or not? Let's see. It seems like it's too new. People still talking about the back door. Yeah, I don't see any information on whether or not it's required or not. From what I saw earlier, it is. Maybe it's not. Who's really to say? We're still on the cusp of this discovery. This is like electricity. This is big. We still don't quite understand all of the inner workings of it. We're working it out. Whoa! Oh! Wow, great sparring session. But your chakra was way off. You need to work on your Aikido. Study some more Steven Seagal movies, then get back to me. It'll be years before you can challenge me again. But I was impressed with your gumption. Now, it didn't take long, but we have arrived. We are at the point now where AI-generated shorts are more popular than human-made shorts. The old-fashioned flesh and blood has now been phased out of the algorithm in favor of AI. According to the most recent numbers that are being published across YouTube Shorts and TikTok, the fastest growing and the content with the most views is entirely AI generated. And people are willingly choosing to watch it. They're not being deceived or misled into thinking that there was an actual person on the other side. There are just some drooling imbeciles out there that refuse to activate neurons and love to just sit, clap, glazed eyes, watching AI slop. This story in particular is one that's been popping off. An AI-powered TikTok account behind Fruit Love Island series is already the fastest growing ever, gaining 3 million followers in 9 days since launching on March 13th. It has videos hitting tens of millions of views within hours and a rapidly growing fandom. I don't know if it's true or not that it's the fastest growing TikTok account ever. That could just be some phony baloney garbage that's solely there to get some eyes on it and maybe even push some more people to find this channel over there on TikTok. But it is true that in only 9 days, it has reached over 3 million followers and almost all their videos have in excess of 10 million views. It is huge. Now, I believe a lot of it is botted. I think that's probably the main strategy these AI slop factories use, is they make some shorts and then bot the views to try and get people to organically filter in and then stick around. And you can see for AI.cinema021, this has been a home run strategy for them. Even that name makes it very clear that this is just one of their endless attempts to have an AI account pop off. It is just a throwaway name, AI.cinema021. It is probably like their 21st account doing this exact same fucking thing. This just happened to be the one that caught fire. But yeah, it has worked wonders for them. It's been a slam dunk. They have a whole community that's starting to prosper and bloom. They talk about Fruit Love Island like people used to talk about Skibbity Toilet.
Why did you hide your phone?
It's nothing!
Wait, who is Peachy Baby?
Give that back!
You told her you were single?
Vomit-inducing trash. And they're also using, like, really early AI for this, I think. They're probably using the fucking prototype that Will Smith was eating spaghetti on a few years back. They're on fucking Grok negative 1.0. Like, the lip syncing doesn't match at all. And everything about it is just super fucking cattywampus. So, like, the way that they're holding the phone there, the hand is completely wrong and backwards. But I imagine people like that as part of the charm, it being so wonky and shitty. And that's not to say that if it was a more sophisticated AI video, that'd make it better. It'd still be an entire pile of dog shit for sure.
I can explain!
He told me he was single too. Wait, what? You know what? He can keep his stupid phone. Let's just leave him. Honestly, he was the worst. Yeah, but at least something good came out of it.
This is what gets shown in hell. This whole account is like the Emoji Movie if it was made by a glue-huffing PCP addict. It's just so bad. This was the first video on the channel. Then it went into its iconic Fruit Love Island series, Season 1. I just don't get it. I really don't. I don't know how anyone finds that entertaining, like, oh, haha, look, the fruit relationship, it fell apart. He pretended to be single when he wasn't, and now the fruit broke up with the other fruit. Holy shit. Wow, only possible through the power of AI. I can't believe it. Future, it's here.
Welcome to Fruit Love Island, where 8 single fruits are about to flirt, fight, and trust. Things get messy fast. Okay, this villa is insane. I'm not leaving here single. I just hope the guys are hot.
I'm here to have fun and probably break a few hearts. Bro said the quiet part out loud. I just hope the girls like nice guys.
If you're an avid watcher of Fruit Love Island, if you're an AI cinema enthusiast, you are a genuine loser. You deserve the apple juice that keeps getting poured on your head at the lunch tables. This is pathetic. Now, I know everyone's expecting it to only be children that's watching this, coloring on their construction paper with crayons and endlessly consuming this AI slop, but you'd be wrong. Granted, a lot of it, I imagine, is that where parents just refuse to raise their kids, so slap them in front of the iPad and they end up finding Fruit Love Island. But there is a large portion of this fan base that are adults. I cannot fathom being a grown-ass man sitting down to watch my soap opera, Fruit Love Island from AI.Cinema021. If you ever catch me watching shit like this, please just Baker Act me. My God.
Okay, the banana guy is definitely my type. Wait, I saw him first.
So, which one of you is the troublemaker?
I could be. He might not survive both of us.
Oh, this is gonna be messy.
Islanders, it's time for the first coupling ceremony. The girls will choose which guy they want to couple up with. The guy I want to couple up with is Benanito.
Now, I know what you're thinking, that people are getting wrapped up in this ironically. And you'd be very wrong. That cope would fall flat here when you actually look at the fans that are talking about it and commenting on it. There definitely is a portion that try and make it like a, steal a brain rot type thing. But there's also equal parts of watchers that genuinely just put this on because they're excited for it.
Actually, I'm not letting that happen. I pick him. You can't just steal him like that. Looks like I just did.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
The final couples are Pina Pina and Bananito. Next, we have Water Melina and Arangelo, and then Sharita and Grapenzo, and lastly, Mangella and Kiwilo.
You're looking at the future of Coca-Cola advertising, by the way, as they continue to fall deeper and deeper into the asshole of AI. And in fact, you're going to see a lot more pieces of content, and that term doesn't even really apply to this. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this plague sweeping through as more and more companies see just how lucrative it is. And not just companies, individuals, they're all going to latch onto this titty here and try and suckle some milk out of it. It's already happening. There's a ton of other AI Love Island videos popping up now. For example, Candy Lovers Island is what it's called. That's another one that's blowing up. They're coming up on like 200,000 followers and getting millions of views.
Welcome back to Candy Love Island. Quick reminder before we start. The official account is Vasai on TikTok. Stop following fake accounts. And if you want to vote, link in bio or go to candyloveland.com.
Yo, whatever happens today, I am not doing anything. I am serious. Candy trusts me.
Okay, I hear you.
Welcome to Casa Sweetie, gentlemen.
It's so shameless, it's even using the exact same AI music that AI Fruit Love Island uses. And the thing is, they can do that. You can do it too. The precedent has already been set that AI content is not copyrightable. So they don't actually own any of this. Candy Love Island, Fruit Love Island, they don't actually own any of it. They might just be the butt that's farting out all this poop, but it's not theirs. They don't actually own anything. I could right now take all of their videos and start uploading them with no alterations, and they can't take them down. They can't copyright strike it or claim it or anything, because it's not theirs. They don't have any ownership over any of that garbage anyway. So that call to action at the start of the Candy Love Island segment was really fucking beautiful. That's a certified chef's kiss moment, because they're bitching about like fake accounts that are getting traffic now and they're not following the real one, which is Faz Asif or whatever the hell it was. He's trying so hard to get some clout to his account. This is the real official one. I'm the one that's producing this masterpiece of a series with Candy Love Island. Guys, come flock to me. What are you doing? These are all impersonators. They're fakes. They're stealing from me. They're stealing my IP, my AI Candy Love Island, which they literally can't even steal it from you because it's not yours. It's actually a thing of beauty to see them try and put these call to actions now in there to protect their work. Again, not theirs.
Night, it's time for the recoupling. You know the deal. If you're not picked, you're going home. I just wanted to clear the air.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get in the middle of you and Mangella. Strawberina was talking crazy about Mangella.
What did she say?
That she's dramatic, and that I handled everything better.
Wow.
I feel like you act very confident, but I can't tell if that's just your thing.
I mean, maybe at first, but with you, I'm actually a little nervous.
Here's the most recent episode. It's got already multiple millions of views. It hasn't even been a whole day yet. Comments were going ballistic, set ablaze by all the twists and turns of Fruit Love Island. People talking about how they stayed home from school to watch the newest Fruit Love Island, that kind of thing. Which, of course, I'm sure is just an exaggeration, but there are genuinely people that are really, really into this shit. And it just goes to show you just how far we are degrading as a species. People are willingly watching this over actual people. They want AI slop. They are craving more AI slop. So I can't even be mad at the people that make it anymore and capitalize off of these brain dead fucking fools like these zombie husk people, because they're making so much money off of it. And people are begging for more. Like, they are literally on their hands and knees asking for more AI trash. It's so fucking sad. And it didn't take long at all for it to overtake human-made content. So we've fully entered into that era now. It is the more popular content out there according to the numbers that I've been seeing. Now, of course, I guess those numbers could also be fudged. Those could be a lie as well. But you can also just look for yourself with your own peepers and see how popular all this AI content is on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok. On YouTube Shorts, you can actually see what the most viewed content is, and most of it is AI from the last time I checked. TikTok, I don't know if they have that same ability, but just take a look at AI.cinema. Over 3 million followers in 9 days. I don't know of any other TikTok accounts that are actual human-made content that's doing numbers like that with that kind of motion. So it seems like it's probably accurate to say AI content has fully taken over Shorts platforms now, and people are welcoming it with open arms. It fucking sucks, man. That's really about it. So yeah, there's a show that's currently airing right now that's been such a pleasant, delightful surprise. I feel compelled to come out here and just wiggle my finger and preach the gospel. But before doing that, I believe there is a prerequisite yap that's needed to set the table here. And it is a subject that has been milked more than the Fast and Furious franchise. This is a topic that it's been discussed a billion times. It's more worn out than your grandpappy's crusty socks. Game of Thrones. There has never been a show as big of... forgive the remix. Had a little Porky Pig had a little Porky Pig episode right there, and now I can't stop scatmanning. I could edit all this out, but I'm not going to. Game of Thrones. There has never been a franchise, or property really, as big as Game of Thrones that has had such a colossal fuck up and an unfathomable fumble that it completely ruined its cultural footprint. For a decade, basically, Game of Thrones was a cultural juggernaut. And then Season 8 rolled around, and it was so catastrophic, so abominable that it ruined the entirety of the show and its identity in societal, mainstream conversation. Now, whenever Game of Thrones gets brought up, it's usually followed by a sigh, remembering how great it was and then how it all fell flat and was ruined. Since Season 8, there has been another show that spun off in the Game of Thrones universe called House of the Dragon. The first season, I really liked. A lot of people really liked it. The second season, quite a bit of a fall off. Pretty disappointing, but it's not, completely in the gutter or anything. Season 3 could bring it back and save it. But overall, people's attitude when you take a temperature when it comes to Game of Thrones is not overly positive given what the IP has been through on, the screen. So when I heard that there was a new Game of Thrones a new Game of Thrones show set in this universe, I was apprehensive but willing to, give it a chance. and I'm glad I did. It's called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It's currently airing. There's 4 episodes. It is so good. It reminds me so strongly of the glory days of Game of Thrones, the early seasons. It follows the adventure of Sir Duncan the Tall and his squire Egg as he tries to make a name for himself. He wants to live up to the ideal of being a knight in a time where maybe knights aren't exactly all that chivalrous. So far, the show has just been a masterclass in getting you to care about its characters. It does such a good job at getting you invested. We are watching this guy who, by all accounts so far, has just been like a pretty stand-up guy. Sometimes he can be pretty strict because that's how he was raised, and he was raised to be a good man, and now he's on his journey to try and be the knight that he's always dreamt of. It is captivating, and the sets are beautiful. The sets, the costuming, all of it feels like early Game of Thrones. It feels so good. Obviously, since the show is still airing, I'm avoiding spoilers, and since the show is still airing, there is a chance that this just nosedives, just fucking spirals down the shitter here in quality, but I'm optimistic that it won't. This show has incredible momentum right now. The most recent episode was genuinely incredible. So I'm confident, well, cautiously optimistic, I guess is a better way of phrasing it, that the show will continue to stay this good. I think the next episode could be, one for the books. I'm very excited. Now, it's not just Sir Duncan the Tall that you'll care about, though I do think he is the big standout here, but everyone that surrounds him is also a very interesting character as well, most notably Baelor. Baelor just got introduced like 2 episodes ago, and I think he's fucking awesome. Like, I'm really excited to see more of Baelor Targaryen now. And of course, his squire Egg is a very interesting character as well. Can't really talk too much about Egg because that would probably get into spoiler territory. But pretty much everyone Sir Duncan meets is someone that is not just like some like flat throwaway character that's used as a stepping stone to like, heighten your investment into Sir Duncan, which would be an extremely easy thing to do where, these characters are just, one-dimensional and Sir Duncan's there to contrast the show. Like, this is what a good man actually looks like. Those are just evil, boo, boo, boo. But they're actually complex characters that surround him that are very interesting in their own right. Like, I'm just very impressed with the character work they've done in only 4 episodes. And I'm so excited to see how it progresses. Like I said, I think the upcoming episode has a chance to be like some of the best in Game of Thrones. And I'm sure you've probably seen a lot of glaze for episode 4. Apparently it's got like a 9.7 or something right now. It lives up to the hype. I really do recommend this show, and I know a lot of people probably have like, a bit of hesitation, a bit skeptical because of, being burned in the past with Game of Thrones. I think this one is worth giving a shot. I really do think so. I put it off for a while too. I forgot this show started airing until I was streaming and chat kept telling me like, Charles, this is really good. You gotta get in there watching it. And they were right. I don't read the Game of Thrones books. I am not familiar with the books that this one is based on. But from what I understand, this is like a very faithful adaptation of George R.R. Martin's work here. And from the little bits and pieces that I've read about this show, they've learned some lessons from previous Game of Thrones shenanigans. And this time around, from what I've read, one of their big focuses, like one of the big things they wanted to stick on, was being faithful to the source material and breathe life into that, as opposed to, trying to carve their own path outside of it where it starts to conflict with what was already being established, which is what we saw with Game of Thrones Season 8 and what we've also seen with House of the Dragon Season 2. So this one, if you're a fan of the books, is apparently very, very close to just the books here. And it's working really well. Perhaps that's the secret formula. Maybe that's the secret sauce, if you can imagine that. If you're going to adapt something, maybe be faithful to the source material, at least to some extent, right? So I wanted to throw that in there. But the main thing is I just kind of wanted to yap about this to put it on people's radars for anyone that, liked Game of Thrones until the end, which I think was most people. I think this one's definitely worth giving a try. Hopefully I don't look like a fucking fool by the time this season wraps up. Like if it does, get shitty, I don't think it will. I really think it's in such a good spot right now. It has such good momentum. So I just wanted to highly recommend it to everyone out there. Now, something else I really want to mention. This show is only 6 episodes long, and the episodes are 30 to 40 minutes each. So it's not like a ton of content. I was shocked that these weren't hour-long episodes. That's become kind of the norm, like an hour or close to an hour runtime per episode. These are on the shorter side, for sure. But they don't feel short. When you watch an episode, you feel like you get like a full tummy, like you eat a full meal. But they are 30 to 40 minutes. They just do an incredible job of utilizing every fucking second of screen time. But still, there is only 6 episodes, which feels like it's going to be really short. And it's just going to leave me and everyone else wanting more, and it's going to be a while for more to come out. So, gonna be a bit of waiting there. So I just kind of want to mention that it's not like a long show. It's only 6 episodes. So anyway, so far it's been great. That's really about it. So yeah. For a couple days now, there's been a video YouTube's been shoving down my throat, recommended out the wazoo, and tonight finally caved and decided to give it a peek. Called Pulling Over the Police Doesn't End Well from Midwest Safety. And as advertised in the title, this citizen's arrest attempt does not go swimmingly. Far from it.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
The chess master has made his move. There was no pressure, yet the quarterback still fumbled here. This gentle Sir Redditor tipped his fedora to the officer, and he's got him right where he wants her. So he was following her, honking, making a ruckus, flashing his lights, in what seems to be an attempt to get the officer to pull over so he could give her a stern talking to. And the way she describes it, and I guess even the way he describes it, makes it sound like that old meme, the hit it, Joe, and then the guy's on like the fucking doohickey, just like a piano with a ton of noise-making gadgets and gizmos going boom, 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 penny whistle, like it seems like that's what this guy was doing, following the officer around. So she pulled over to let him pass, and then eventually just pulled him over to figure out what the fuck is going on.
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Well, I have the right to pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay, sounds good.
Get your chief down here now.
He's not coming.
Yeah, he is.
And you're not free yet.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you.
He's got some nerve questioning this man's authority. It's pretty clear he's in charge. So he is now doing the classic, I need to speak to your manager move here, the old go-to Karen play. A John Madden classic. It's timeless. He did fumble the nomenclature. He was asking for the chief, which I guess the chief doesn't have an obligation to show up to every traffic stop when requested. Like Bloody Mary, if you say his name 3 times, the chief of police will show up. So he did eventually realize that it's the supervisor that he can request, which she obliges and gets the supervisor on the horn to join them at this hootenanny.
Can you determine from your mirrors what's safe? Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than
10-4, do we have any recent contacts with it?
Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child, who's also in the vehicle.
Start screaming for help.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help. Help! Bud, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
He's going to do it because you're help! 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 Help!
He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
What an incredible father. He's really raising his son right, barking orders, demanding that he get out of the car and fucking scream for help. I don't even understand what that plan is. What was the thought process there? That the kid would get out and scream for help, and then the police would show up. But the police are already there. Like, I don't really know who he was expecting to show up. Fucking Batman or something. Like, I don't really get it. This is just insanity. Like, this is just actual lunacy. And he's setting the worst possible example for his son. I'm going to spoil the big reveal here because I think it's pertinent to what's going on. This guy's no angel. I know it's going to be hard to believe. Imagine my shock when I found out that he actually has an extensive criminal history with a litany of charges, like an absolute laundry list of charges, and he should not, under any circumstances, even have visitation rights to his child. This guy is a fucking menace. And he's using his kid here as some kind of, like, accomplice to his nefarious scheme. It's so fucked up. It's so weird.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
What a circus he has created here. Entirely avoidable, by the way. This guy went out of his way in order to find shit to get himself into. He literally tried to find ways to steam his own ham by following the officer around apparently super closely, blasting his horn and flashing his lights and shit like it was some kind of like kaiju attack, and he was trying to warn everyone about the impending danger.
Is it gonna be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I cut out a lot here because it's mainly just him headbutting the horn non-stop. It's such an annoying pest. And now he kind of lets it slip. The cat's out of the bag that he's already had talks with officers, even as recent as yesterday, and then it dawns on her who this guy is. Other officers arrive at the scene. They also know who this guy is because he is a frequent nuisance.
This fat yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe. What's up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get out for a second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here.
Okay. I was coming off of Ellis Street. This dumb came off of fucking Main Street. Had no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers that I can most definitely make a complaint about it. Okay. So I was following her down the road to figure out who she was, and I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
Were you behind her or in front of her?
I was behind her.
Okay.
What a story, Joe. A riveting tale indeed. So he wanted to follow her, find out who she was so he could make a complaint about her not using a turn signal and apparently being on her phone. That was the plan. And things went tits up real quick. So he's now talking about like a ticket that she's trying to give him for all of the hoopla that's being caused here, which has only set Joe off even further. He is now fully deranged and has gone feral because of that, and no matter what the supervisor says, it's already too far gone. He is a powder keg that is in the process of blowing, and he can't stop blowing.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn? I got every right to honk my horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car length behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here.
Yeah, so he could go around me.
And I was nowhere close to being by her. did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world.
So,
once again, this guy uses his kid as some kind of criminal sidekick, like a lackey here, to try and help him out of this pickle that he himself has put himself in. So now he's having his kid vouch that he wasn't following any closer to the officer than he does for any car on the road, which is scary, because this guy is probably up every single car's ass if he perceives that there is something out there that they may have done that he didn't like. And also, this guy looks like he is just actually on some very heavy drugs. This guy looks like he is off his gourd right now. Look at these eyes. That is a soulless stare of the devil. This guy looks crazy.
For flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read that? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. Objects in mirror appear closer than they
It
are.
has nothing to do with what it says in the mirror.
Yeah, it does. It is a lawful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
I'm gonna be honest, I really like that line of thinking that Joe cooks up there. Read what the car mirror says. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't quite read that. He's fuming too much. He's seeing red, so he's gone full illiterate. But he's trying his best. He knows that there's words on there that say something to that effect, but he can't quite get them out. But the idea that he's trying to get across is that he wasn't following too close. She has been deceived by the mirrors, which clearly state that they may seem closer than they appear, thus reality is distorted. You've fallen for his trap. Joe wins. that's the idea here. The mirrors prove he's right.
Because you guys, listen,
why?
This is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me, and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of
For
one of your...
what? Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to...
The officer then goes on to explain the law about being on your phone in the state of Wisconsin, which actually somehow gets through to Joe, at least temporarily. It breaches his defenses where he's like, oh, okay. But of course, that's not, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. He's already upset. So, even though that does dawn on him that maybe there wasn't a law being broken there and that this is a whole bunch of nothing, making a mountain out of a molehill, he's still mad, and thus he needs to take out his wrath.
We can take it to court, and we can make this a thing with Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at the school.
This dumb bitch literally said in front of my kids
it ain't
that
gonna do you any good
I don't give a dude. What are you gonna do? Not a thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat do what the she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's
if
not.
If you don't agree with it, you can argue
How
in court.
is she doing her
We're
job?
not gonna argue
What
out
is the
here.
law when it comes?
Joe continues to try and alt. The officer sounds extremely tired of it. No one here besides Joe even seems mad. Like, this guy is spitting and shitting, throwing this temper tantrum, saying all of these nasty, mean things, and nobody even really cares. They just want to go back to their day. They're not even looking to, make a big deal out of this, it seems. Like, they just want to give him the ticket and just wash their hands of it. But Joe insists on taking it to the highest possible extreme.
Did I break the law?
Okay. So stay put. Don't make this any worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you gonna do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. We don't want to have to.
No, you started this. You're allowing your
I didn't
officer.
start anything.
No, I was behind your fat officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no minute, you dumb.
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here.
I do love that line there from Joe as well. You started this. As Joe was literally the one that peeled off in order to try and get this officer to pull over for this whole song and dance that he had brainstormed. It's a very interesting strategy. I can't say I quite understand fully the Joe gambit, but all power to him, I suppose.
So conduct, a ticket?
was going to be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way
You guys did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just stop. Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat! She's got me by the throat! Stop. She's got me by the throat!
Come on.
She's got me by the throat!
Joel.
She's got me by the throat! She's got me by the throat!
Stop.
She's got me by the throat!
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got me by the throat!
Joe, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat!
Officers, please, can't you see he's being attacked by a ghost? There's a ghost and they're strangling him like Homer Simpson to Bart. Do something! Get the Spectral Patrol out there to take down this rabid ghost that's attacking his throat. Oh my goodness, this is horrifying stuff we're seeing here. So yeah, it's probably pretty clear to you now, but they decided tickets wouldn't cut it here. It wasn't really working, so they decided to slap him with a disorderly conduct charge and take him in. I'm not gonna bother showing any more of his, tug of war with the police while they try and get him in the back of the cruiser. And to think that it all could have been avoided if that officer didn't just call him yesterday. What was that about, huh? Free my man Joe. He did nothing wrong. This was all, the officer's fault for driving, I guess. With Joe on the road. Driving while Joe on the road, that's a punishable offense. Joe owns those streets. You will drive the way Joe instructs you to. You are NPCs in Joe's world, and if you are a little out of line, you best be saying your prayers, because Lord help us, Joe's gonna be trying to pull that ass over, I guess. I don't even understand what all of this was about. I have no idea what he's talking about with her calling him yesterday. I haven't the slightest fucking clue what that's about, but it seems like Joe is a daily problem in the area, so it seems like he basically has some kind of confrontation with police every day. So maybe she had responded to something yesterday that involved him. I really don't know. It's just so fucking outrageous. As the name of the video led me to believe, him pulling over the officer did not go well for him.
An officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle up. Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay child support, disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions. In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges.
Sure, it might seem like most of Joe's life is dedicated to just being a piece of shit, but I think this one that we just watched in the body cam is probably the one where he finally has his come to Jesus moment and realizes that he's got a problem and needs help. And this is probably the one that sets him on the right path, I bet. He probably learned his lesson this time around. I think I can't remember, I'm going off memory, but I think he got 12 months probation and was required to write an apology to the officers at this scene, as well as attend anger management courses. Maybe that did the trick. Maybe that was finally the one that got Joe on the straight and narrow. I have no clue. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya.